Good afternoon. It's Monday. It's August 26th. I can't believe that we're this far into August. Today we are going to court live for the coverage of the Kouri Richins preliminary hearing. If you remember, Kouri Richins is accused by the state of poisoning her husband. She wasn't arrested till over a year after his death in Utah. She had written a children's book about grief, but that's not all she wrote. She also wrote the walk the dog letter that I have covered on this channel. She also wrote quite a lot of letters from custody saying that those were another novel, and they were not, in fact, her telling witnesses what they should testify to. And then the state brought more charges. So today we are here for the preliminary hearing on all of the charges. Murder, attempted murder for a prior incident where her husband ate what the state has alleged to be a laced sandwich on Valentine's Day prior to his death in early March. And they have also charged her with bank fraud, mortgage fraud, and a couple other frauds. Quick note before we go to court. The court was not going to allow streaming. And then the court said there can be a feed on delay. And then the whole day went off the rails and court was like 2 hours behind. So I just waited till after the lunch break so we can zoom through everything and condense this hearing down today as much as we can. There are supposed to be 2 or 3 days of this preliminary hearing. I don't know why the state needs 3 days for this preliminary hearing. We've seen a lot of these facts and probably some of these witnesses in the bond hearing that I covered here. But this is the judge with the delicious voice. So, we're here for 3 days of preliminary hearing with judge audiobook. So we are going to tune into that. A note about preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearings are just to determine if there's probable cause to hold someone to answer for trial. This is not a full trial. There is no jury present. The judge is the finder of facts. The judge determines if the state has proven each charge. And when we get to breaks in court, we will go through all of the different charges and we will get there. So we will be rolling in. For those of you who have reminded us that the chat is still on members only, thank you. We are going to change that now. That is something on the back end that I forgot to do as we were dealing with some audio issues getting set up. But don't worry, we will change that over. It was not our intention. It was just things that happened. So everybody, welcome on into the chat. We're going to roll to court. I will give you breakdowns as we go. I'm interested to see what the state will prove, but we're expecting to hear testimony about the prior attempt on Valentine's Day, the day of Eric Richins' death. We are going to hear, I imagine, about text messages because we know from prior court records and hearings that Kouri was asking for stronger fentanyl from the person she was procuring that from after he didn't die on Valentine's Day. I will also remind the chat, for those of you new to the chat, thank you for being here for the facts. I don't like that some larger outlets are calling this by salacious names. Look, this case is wild enough. This defendant was Googling luxury prisons for rich people. I mean, what more do you want? She was mad that she couldn't smuggle Crest white strips into custody, so she looked better on TV. I think we should focus on the actions of the defendant and whether the state has proved not beyond a reasonable doubt, proved to probable cause that Kouri Richins is most likely to have done all of the things that they charged. That's what we're here for today. So if you are ready for court, or if you're just ready to get a whole bunch of stuff done in the next few hours while we talk about law in the background, you do you. Hope it's productive. We're going to roll the intro. Thank you, everybody, for adhering to our chat because you never know who's watching. And this, for those who are watching this in this community, these types of crimes, especially when they happen to people that you know, are shocking and are heartbreaking. They don't need to be made more so by media headlines, and that's why we just cover what is going on in the case. There's enough in this case. It doesn't need to be fanned anymore, and it's a really sad case. This is a spouse accused of poisoning their spouse, the parent of their children. And there is a lot of financial intertwinedness here, which makes me wonder if Kouri Richins was the real estate version of Alec Murdaugh. And that's what I want to see. Also, we are behind live court, partly by design, so we could zoom, and partly because court was super behind today. today was wild. Like, this court hearing started 2+ hours late, which is bananas. So we're going to hear the judge address that as we get into court. And this is what we're doing today. So we are ready to roll. And we're going to roll the intro and then go to court. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I've already said that. Cheers, Law Nerds. Hope you're hydrated. I brought lunch with me, which is going to be like a protein bar today because on our members only, I'll tell you about the rest of today. But let us roll the intro and then let us go to live court. Law Nerds, we're back in court together. So I can't say bring the jury because there's no jury, but preliminary hearing. Let's go.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not Let's get into it.
For all of you saying that you miss live court, I know, welcome back. And for all of you who have complimented the hair, thank you. I am trying to embrace the fact that I have tried to wrangle my hair into being straight hair. And I came across like a rabbit hole on the internet. Who's done this? A rabbit hole on the internet when I'm like, wait a second. I have wavy hair. So welcome to my hair journey. Y'all are going to be with me. I've been trying to wrangle my hair straight for my entire life. And it's just not. It's just not. So that's okay. I love it. So thank you. You all get to come into my my wavy girl hair journey. And we're just giving it a try. So y'all, if you ask me about it, I'll tell you about it when I figure out. We're just embracing it. We're embracing it and I'm loving it and we're here for it. My son was like, I like it. It's very 90s. I'm like, maybe the nicest thing my teen has ever said to me. He's like, it's very 90s. I'm like, you have made my life, child. Let's go to court, shall we? Let's roll the things.
Brittany, can we go back on the record, please?
I'm ready. Court does not have any closed captioning.
231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri.
Note, court does not have any closed captioning, but our stream is on delay enough that you should be able to turn that on your end. I will definitely not talk over Judge Voice, but we will explain things as we go. Let's ride.
Eric Richins, just for clarity, can I have counsel for the state make their appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Sherbanak, Joseph Hill, and Fred Burmester.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Defense, please.
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alexander Ramos from Kouri Richins.
Okay. I appreciate everybody here in the gallery has exercised great patience this morning. We needed to discuss some legal issues related to the admissibility of evidence. Could have had that discussion in the presence of the public in a way that would preserve the integrity of the process going forward. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, before we get rolling this morning, I understand there's some housekeeping details we need to address.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to provide the court with something of an overview regarding how the state will present its preliminary.
Mr. Bloodworth, you don't need to give a trial brief for a preliminary hearing. I don't know if he's doing this for the court's benefit, but the court is the finder of fact. I think he's going to launch into, and yes, the DA's name is Bloodworth. He sounds like a villain from DuckTales, and I'm here for it. But the overview you normally get in a trial brief of like, this is what we expect to prove, but he's giving like an opening statement. I have tried to boost the volume. I will try one more time, but we are just about as boosted as we can get on the sound blaster. But I have done everything I can to boost it. It's court.
The state has presented most of its evidence and arguments in paper in advance of today.
Yeah, I'm aware, Mr.
Notably,
Bloodworth.
including the transcript of the detention hearing, which the court has already admitted.
The detention hearing was illuminating.
Since now other exhibits. We intend to be mindful in our presentation to not belabor well-established evidence.
Good.
To that end, we ask that the court moves along when appropriate. The opposite, of course, holds true if the court sees it.
He's asking the court or giving the court permission. He's saying, Your Honor, because the judge is the finder of fact, Your Honor, if there's a point that we can move along from, let us know. But also if there's if there's a point where you need more information, let us know.
Additional information, if the court would let us know, we will present it.
Understood.
Speaking of our papers, back in May, the state had submitted a bench memo. I have two errata that I would like to put on the record.
Why?
First is on page 20 and 24, Your Honor. There's a date that refers to Friday, March the 5th, 2022. As a calendar will tell us all, that was Friday, March the 4th.
Okay, so there's a typo.
At page 10, in reference to a divorce consultation, the state
what
wrote
now?
that occurred in January of 2022. The state asked that the court strike the date.
On or
The court
about.
will call some litigation related to this matter that occurred after the state filed that bench.
He is talking about whether or not there was a divorce consultation. I imagine this was a divorce consultation on behalf of the victim. So they are asking to strike the date as they have put it in their filings. They just need to show it's on or around a certain date or after a certain date. They don't have to show the exact date that happened. They're going to use that whether it was Kouri Richins or whether it was the victim seeking a divorce consult to talk about state of mind of either party.
Memo, that litigation revealed that date was not accurate.
No, this prosecutor is very hard to hear, and there are no closed captions.
Those are the errata, Your Honor. The state will call in its presentation Detective Jeff O'Driscoll and experts Chris Kotrademus and Brooke Karrington. The state has provided the defense with advance notice of those witnesses. When the state calls Detective O'Driscoll, the state will not conduct a direct exam.
What?
Instead, the state will refer the court to his testimony at the detention hearing.
So the prosecution says, we're going to call Detective O'Driscoll and just refer the court back to prior testimony, and we're not going to do a direct exam. We're going to save time. We're going to move this along like...
The state is essentially offering Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination by current defense counsel within that scope as, in the best interest of a fundamentally fair proceeding, since they've not yet had an opportunity to cross-examine.
Well,
The state
that's
provided
considerate.
the defense with advance notice of this approach and reserves the opportunity to redirect Detective O'Driscoll. Finally, Your Honor, I'd like to, I guess by stipulation, admit a few more documents.
Okay.
The first is...
They're trying to
what
save
we
time.
have labeled as 7A. Exhibit 7 in the court's binder.
The cell-brite extraction report.
It
Ooh.
Your Honor, and it's in there, and we refer to it in our paper.
Celebrate extraction records are always interesting to me. Remember, the state has accused this defendant of Googling luxury prisons for rich people, and they're going to use that as a consciousness of guilt. Like, why are you Googling that after the investigation into you has begun? So that's going to be part of the prelim here. It's a very full courtroom for a
Because
prelim.
it has a screenshot of a navigation system. It is in 7A, but absent a telescope, the court's not going to be able to read it. So we have blown that up and labeled that 7A, if I may pass it up.
So he's adding to their
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any
their
objection?
binder.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, the other document we've labeled 67, and that is some notice for claim stage from...
So for everyone complaining about the mics, I get it. KUTV is providing the pool feed. I think they just have a mic near where the camera is. I don't think they are tapped in to the courtroom microphones. It is difficult to hear.
Stage they've been provided in discovery, they've been referenced. They just have not yet been.
What's the number?
67, Your Honor.
What is 66? You referenced 66, but
If you say Order 66, you're going to trigger the entire Star Wars fandom.
Got it.
It is, Your Honor.
Don't do that.
66 is exhibit, correct, counsel? Stipulated. My apologies. Is 67 stipulated?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, 67 and 7A are,
Your Honor, may I?
of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, the final two exhibits are docket references 123 and 124. I'm not sure how they got left out of some of the earlier discussion on this, but they did, so. The statement was 123.
So they're
and
already
124.
filed.
Any objection?
No objection.
Docket entries 123 and 124.
Those are docs that are already
admitted
filed.
For the purpose of today's preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, unless the court has anything to say, we'll call Detective O'Driscoll.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, anything housekeeping-wise?
No, Your Honor, nothing else.
Okay.
All right.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Let's get the detective sworn in and let's get this preliminary hearing started. For all of you who have not watched a preliminary hearing before,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony
the
you're about to
evidence
give in the matter
rules
before
are a
the
little
court is true,
loosened
true,
because you are
nothing
not
but the
proving
truth,
it to a
evidence,
jury
and
beyond a
facts.
reasonable doubt. You are really looking at a much more cursory standard, like is the right person in custody? Sometimes this is shortcut by doing a grand jury. Not every state does a prelim. Some of the defendants' cases we've covered, they
Cross-examination.
in some of the cases we've covered here, they've waived preliminary hearing and just gone straight to let's go to trial. Some preliminary hearings, I've done preliminary hearings in like 20 minutes. Some preliminary hearings are just a law enforcement officer and they do it by hearsay. And if it's a reliable hearsay, they're allowed to. And they're like, this. This one is going to be more like a mini trial with a lot of live witnesses, not necessarily law enforcement testifying on behalf of other civilians. But of course, we know law enforcement is on the stand because beard.
In the scope of the direct conducted at the detention.
Understood. Ms. Lewis.
Janet said, I'm a bit late. Don't worry, Janet, we're just getting rolling.
We haven't met. I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys.
Thank you.
So, Detective O'Driscoll, when was it that you were first asked to take over this case?
In March of 2023.
So he took over the case March 2023. They're going directly to cross-examination. They have submitted all of his testimony from the detention hearing, which we've covered.
And who was on this matter before you as the lead detective?
Detective Jamie Woody.
And why was this matter turned over from Detective Woody to yourself?
Detective Woody moved
Was busy with
divisions from the
Toy Story 4.
Investigations Division to the Patrol Division. She had an opportunity to have some auxiliary assignments that are only available in that division.
So job
Specifically, a
change,
canine handler position.
not uncommon.
Did you ever become aware of any evidence or any issues with Detective Woody
Would you like to go work with the puppers? Yes? Yes.
mishandling evidence in this case or other cases?
No.
All right, when you first took over this case in March of 23, what was it that you reviewed initially?
I was not able to review the entirety of the information that was available in the case, but specifically, most of the information that I received was from updates from investigators that had been working the case prior to me. I was able to review some of the supplemental reports that had been entered into our CAD file, but I don't recall the entirety of every document or piece of information that I reviewed.
Did you review
Everything.
all the police reports that had been written up to that point?
But from our office,
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did you review all of Detective Woody's reports?
Have you reviewed them
I
now?
believe so, yes.
Now, who did you interview initially when you first took over this case?
The first interview I conducted, I believe, was with Ms. Richins.
All right. So that interview, well, let me
That
get
must
back
have
to
been
that.
illuminating.
Before we talk about the interview with Ms. Richins, did you? I'm going to go back to the early morning of March 4th, 2022.
Okay.
That's
Did you
the day of the
review
murder
evidence about the investigation that was
or
done?
the
that
death.
night?
Yes.
And what investigation was done at the home that night? Or that early morning hours of March 4th, 2022?
Responding deputies conducted an initial interview with Ms. Richins. Detectives were then called out, and they conducted, I believe, a separate interview with Ms. Richins as well as other people that were then at the home by the time they arrived. And I believe they conducted a search of the home for any kind of evidence that may have helped them understand what had happened.
And what was seized from the home that night as potential evidence? Are you aware?
I don't know a complete list, no.
Are you aware if anyone was searching for any illegal drugs in the home that night?
I do not know.
Were any illegal drugs found in the home that night?
I don't believe so.
So no.
Yeah, this didn't look like an
fentanyl was found in
OD
the home.
scene.
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there any unidentified pills, light green pills, blue pills, dark green pills, anything like that found in the home the early morning of March 4th?
I don't believe so.
Were there prescription medications taken at that time?
I believe so, yes. Part of death investigation is to document and collect prescription medications for the scene. I
Were there
couldn't
any?
tell you specifically which ones, though.
Okay, sorry, let me just speak over you. Were there any non-prescription medications or illegal substances taken from the home that night of any kind?
I don't believe so.
Eventually, or early on when you started the case, were you able to review the medical examiner's report?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what caused?
Joanne asked in the chat, is this the one that wrote the book? Yes.
The medical examiner's report identified that the cause of death was drug intoxication with a specific drug being fentanyl.
All right. But nothing was found or seized the early morning of March 4th
That had
that
no fentanyl was seized.
included fentanyl. Is that correct?
No fentanyl was seized that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Was there any
Yeah, they treated it as a death investigation.
glassware seized in that initial search?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Corey looks like she wants to take notes so people will see her taking notes, but she has no idea what to take notes on.
I know
Just my thought.
with review of supplemental reports I could find that information, but right now I don't know if during the first search on the morning after Eric Richins' death, if those were collected or not.
Were they collected at some other time?
Yes, I believe some copper cups were collected from the home subject to a search warrant.
All right.
I
When
will
was
say
that
copper
search
cuts
warrant
are the way
that
to
was
drink a Moscow
executed
Mule.
on Richins' home? You said after.
There were multiple that were executed. The first one after Eric Richins' death, I believe, was in April of that same year, mid to late April. I don't remember an exact date.
Was this after the medical examiner's report had been reviewed?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
No.
When you
No.
reviewed reports regarding that search?
Ma'am,
Yes.
he didn't come into investigating this case till a year after the death. No, he was not at the autopsy. No.
Was there any Oxycontin found in that search?
He's like, I would have to review my notes.
I know during one of the searches that there were some prescription opiates that were not in a prescription container that were found in the home. I don't know if they were specifically Oxycontin.
Were they fentanyl?
No.
Were they tested at some point in the course of this investigation?
I don't know.
Shouldn't you
I could
know that?
review supplemental reports and get that information, but I don't know.
But
Shouldn't you,
You don't know.
sir?
Were there any
who does
illegal
know?
drugs or drugs that were prescribed that were seized in that April of 22 search?
I don't believe so.
Did there come a time that some THC gummies were seized?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
This
I would
was
have
in
to
her
check
letter.
dates
The
on
walk the dog
on
letter
receipts
talked
of
about
those
THC
items
gummies.
as evidence. It could have been during that first search in April, or it could have been on a subsequent search. I'm not sure.
So there may have been illegal substances or THC, which is an illegal substance, found in that search.
I believe THC was found in the home during one of the search warrants executed on the home.
He just doesn't know
Were
which
they in the
one.
form of gummies or some other form of THC?
They were edibles.
Edibles.
But were they gummies?
So were the edibles?
Were they brownies?
Were you made aware? Or are you
Or was it
aware of
chocolate?
who the edibles belonged to?
She's allowed to ask for hearsay. This is
We
probably
received
eliciting
statements,
hearsay.
that they belong to Eric, the decedent.
Were those edibles tested?
Remember, in the Walk the Dog letter, Kouri Richins said very clearly, Sky needs us to tie the THC gummies to the fentanyl from Mexico, blah, 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 blah. So I can understand why he's being careful. Even though he came into this investigation a year later, he still should have some knowledge of when this was done, because if he's the IO, he can be asked about anything done in the investigation, not just his part of the investigation. And in a prelim, that's not uncommon to ask the lead investigator, hey, what about all these parts? You don't have to do it with 7 different witnesses. You just do it with 1.
Yes.
And did you review a report regarding those edibles?
Yes.
And did that report, that initial report, say that there were traces of fentanyl in those edibles?
No.
You did not review a report that said there was fentanyl in the edibles?
No.
Is there a report that says that? I'd sure like to know. Seems like a critical issue.
As you were investigating this case, well, let's start that. I'll come back to that. So you talked about that your first interview in this case was with Kouri Richins. What was the date of that interview?
I believe it was April 14th of 2023.
So this was...
And again, in that Walk the Dog letter, dude, I would be so mad if I had been Corey's defense attorney. In the Walk the Dog letter, she said we need to tie the fentanyl to the gummies. So we know this is part of her defense because she was saying it in the letter.
About 13 months after Mr. Richins' death.
Correct.
I see you guys asking about the judge. It looks to me like the judge is taking notes.
So you said before that conversation with Ms. Richins, and where did that conversation take place? I'm sorry.
At her home at 282 West Willow Court in Francis.
All right. And you had reviewed a number of reports prior to that interview.
Several, yes.
So you had an idea of the investigation that Detective Woody had already done on this matter.
I had a partial understanding of the investigation that she had conducted.
Who was with you when you did that interview? Were you alone or was there another officer with you?
No, Sergeant Hoffmeyer was with me as well.
Questions. He's like, I kind of knew what we were getting
Did you discuss this
into.
matter with him prior to this interview?
Sure, dude.
I just requested that he accompany me because we had both newly been put into the investigations division and would both be fairly involved with the case.
All right. Had you read correspondence prior to this interview with Ms. Richins, from Ms. Richins' prior counsel to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
No.
So you hadn't read any correspondence where
He
Ms.
just said
Richins'
no.
counsel asked that she not be interviewed with counsel present? You hadn't read those?
That's why she's getting into it. But in the chat asked, what happened to the original lead investigator? The lead investigator switched job duties, which is not uncommon, especially in smaller law enforcement agencies, and went into handling. So went to patrol so they could be a dog handler. And I imagine that for some law enforcement officers, if it's like, would you like to go work with the dogs? Some people are going to be like, yes, immediately yes. But that's not a detective role if you are a handler because you're the handler. So the defense attorney's asking, did you read correspondence that Miss Richins' former attorney, Sky, sent to your department saying she's represented by counsel and not to talk to her? This could be a problem because if you know somebody's represented by counsel and you go talk to them, are you giving them their Miranda? This is going to not be excluded at this point because it's a preliminary hearing, but this is a ding point of contention that might come up during trial.
Yeah.
So this is a flag for me of this might come up later.
Now, taking over as lead investigator, didn't you know that she was represented by counsel?
No, I did not.
During the interview with Ms. Richins, did you become aware she was represented by counsel?
Partway through the interview, it became apparent, yes.
Did she
You
say
didn't ask her
Did she say talk to my lawyer? Like, how did it become apparent?
at any time during the interview if she wanted counsel present, correct?
I did. I told her partway through the interview, her mother, Lisa Darden, came to the home and she made a statement about whether or not Kouri should talk to us without, she said the word Sky, the name Sky. I assumed that that was an attorney that she had contacted. And at that time I told her, if you would rather have an attorney present here while we talk, that's fine. She declined.
She declined.
Let me show you just.
Kouri's mom showed up and was like, excuse me, my daughter has a lawyer. You need to talk to Sky. And her daughter's like, nah, it's cool. I'm going to keep talking to the police. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to your lawyer.
A portion of that interview. Hopefully, if you can give me that.
Oh, let's hear the interview.
Can we show this on the screen to the witness? Thank you.
Let's see it. Look, when you're being investigated for murder, helping doesn't help. And this was a year after the death of Eric. Kouri
If I could direct you,
was worried enough to have a lawyer. And if you have a lawyer, look, your rights only work if you exercise them. It's just like your lawyer. Your right to counsel only works if you say, I want my lawyer here. Doesn't work if you go, nah. What are you paying somewhere for? What are you paying somewhere for? And I guarantee you, and this is just lawyer 101, I guarantee you Sky said to her, I have told law enforcement you're represented. If law enforcement shows up and is like, we'd love to talk to you, your answer to them is, you need to call my lawyer. I'm not talking to you. If they show up with a warrant and say, we can search things, say, I need to call my lawyer, and then move out of the way and let them search and shut the fuck up.
Your statement at the bottom of the page, if you could just repeat that, not read it out loud, but if you could repeat that.
Like, your lawyers can't help you after the fact. The shit's already out of the horse
Now, that
ball.
statement was made as you were leaving the house, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall that statement that you made to Ms. Richins as you were leaving the house?
Yes.
And what was it you told her then?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was it you told her? As
What
were
did you
leaving the
say?
house, reflected in that statement?
In this statement,
Yes.
that she could have an attorney present while we talk. I'm guessing that's what you're getting at.
Well, but you finished talking for that day, correct?
I believe so.
This was in fact the very end of the transcript as you were walking out of the house, correct?
It looks like it.
And you told her if she wanted an attorney at future interviews, that would be fine.
Yes.
Right. Does that, we'll strike that. Isn't it true, Detective, that that is the only time that you told Ms. Richins that she could have an attorney present?
Well,
if she wished to.
they probably don't see it as an in-custody interview since they're at her house and said, do you want to talk? She could have said, you're not coming into my house, goodbye. And then there's nothing they could have done. So this isn't a in-custody detention. So the situations where a statement's going to be kept out because you don't have counsel present needs to be a detention setting. This is not a detention setting, which means they don't have to Mirandize her at that point, especially if she's invited them in to sit around the kitchen table and sit down and have a chat. So not detention. So Miranda's not required. For all of you saying, is it like inviting a vampire in? Yes. They can't come in unless you invite them. I mean, unless they have a warrant. The warrant is the exception to the rule. But look, this is them coming to the house and she's like, yeah, I'll talk to you. She could have said no. Defendants, especially fraud defendants, always think they are very, very, very clever. And for those of you in the chat asking about other trials, the mods will remind you, and I'll just remind you, I know there's lots of law going on. We try to stay on topic to this trial unless I drag us off topic talking about vampires. But I appreciate that and thank you. Let's continue on.
I recall making that statement midway through the conversation.
Like when her
If I was
mom showed up?
recording, then I didn't. But I do remember making the statement that we were happy to have an attorney present while we spoke to her.
At least as you were leaving.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of the investigation and interviews you did prior to Ms. Richins' arrest. As part of your investigation, is it true, isn't it true, that you looked into Kouri's relationship with a Mr. Grossman?
Is this the paramour?
Yes, some other investigators, I wasn't directly involved with contacting Mr. Grossman, but yes.
And that is someone that you have referred to, or I don't know if you personally, but has been referred to in transcripts as Ms. Richins' paramour, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed texts between Ms. Richins and...
Oh, they named the boyfriend. They named the boyfriend. And yes, for those of you new to this case, this is the paramour. And this paramour is the boyfriend. You reviewed text messages between her and the boyfriend. Remember, she is accused of attempting to kill her husband on Valentine's Day with a laced sandwich, and she was texting with her boyfriend on the same day.
And this individual, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Did you also investigate the texts between Eric Richins and the women that he'd been having affairs with during that period of time?
What?
I didn't personally, I don't know that any of our investigators did.
Have you ever
Wait, was the victim also having affairs? That question implies, and I don't know if this is true, we haven't seen it in any of the filings, but the defense's question is, did you review the text messages with the women that the victim was having affairs with?
women that he'd been having affairs with during that period of time?
I didn't personally, I don't know that any of our investigators did.
Have you ever reviewed any texts or calls between Eric Richins and women that he was having affairs with prior to this?
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes facts.
Assumes facts, not in evidence, is the objection.
So the first part of that objection is overruled. The second part, though, I'm not sure how this has an impact on the probable cause determination the court will need to make.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that the fact that nobody was investigated other than Ms. Richins is relevant. And this would be a potential alternative suspect that there was
Certainly
no
a
investigation.
trial, Ms. Lewis. I understand, but preliminary hearings
He's like, ma'am, this is not the tea for today.
are not supposed to be a discovery tool. The irrelevance objection is sustained.
So, Detective, are you familiar with someone by the name of Carmen, I believe it's Lauber, is that how it's pronounced?
Oh, she's just like, name them.
And how are you familiar with her?
She became
Oh, no, she's the dealer,
person
I think.
of interest in this case at one point when detectives started investigating associations and contacts of both Kouri and Eric Richins. Investigators from our office were familiar with her background in
I see lots of questions in the chat about what was the victim getting up to. The court ruled it's not relevant. The court reminded defense counsel that this is not a discovery tool. What the detective said is vague. Did you review any text messages? And he's like, I don't think anyone in our department reviewed text messages like that, which either means they don't exist or they weren't reviewed or they've not determined the nature of any relationships, but the defense is putting it out there. And there's not really a clear answer to that. So I'm going to wait till we have more information. It's not really relevant to the prelim. Now they're getting into somebody else who has information about this case.
having a criminal drug history, and she became the target of a separate investigation as she related to Ms. Richins.
Could you maybe
A
just explain that for me a little
source.
more? How was she a target related to the Richins case?
Text messages were located in the defendant's phone from a phone number that was found to belong to Carmen Lauber. At that time, detectives started looking into Carmen Lauber and her activity. They found that she was on a drug court program in another county and started investigating her as related to Ms. Richins, having worked with her and having cleaned houses for both her business, her realty business, as well as her personal home.
So just to clarify, Ms. Lauber did cleaning for Ms. Richins' business and in the Richins' household. Did I have that straight?
Correct.
That's what it says.
And did you execute a search warrant, or was a search warrant executed on Ms. Lauber's home?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
Yes.
And were there illegal items seized during that time?
Yes.
Was she arrested at that time?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was towards the end of April 2023. I don't know an exact date.
So after Ms. Lauber's arrest, did you interview her?
Yes.
How many times have you interviewed her since April of 2023? You or others associated with this investigation? Clarify.
I believe 4 official planned interviews.
4.
About unplanned, unofficial interviews.
I've spoken with her, but not in an interview setting. That's what I'm getting at. Interviewing her in connection with this case, there were 4 that I'm aware of.
Do you know how many hours you spent interviewing her or others associated with this case?
I believe at the detention hearing, I testified that it was around 10. I believe that's accurate.
10 hours
So,
of conversation with CL.
Initially interviewed Ms. Lauber.
It would have been, I believe, April
And CL is what she's
26th,
called in the filings, and
shortly
that's
after
why
her arrest.
I'm going to just refer to her as
Day or two
CL.
after her arrest.
All right. And during that initial interview, can you tell me what took place during that interview?
We did all this in the detention hearing.
We spoke to Ms. Lauber about the items that were found in her home subject to the search warrant. We told her that the charges that she was facing, that she was on drug court probation for in the outside county,
They reminded her that shit was about to get real.
could continue to be charged against her due to a violation of her drug court. We told her that she was facing felony distribution charges in that case.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Distribution of what?
Controlled substance.
What did you seize from her home?
Well, ma'am, you
So
didn't
the
ask that
charges
question
that She was
first.
facing
In the other county.
in relation to her drug court were separate from the ones that resulted from the search warrant. But we found illicit THC products as well as a firearm in her home.
And
Drugs and guns
why was
together.
the firearm
Illegal.
significance?
It was a violation of her drug court probation to be in possession of a firearm.
Maybe
Well, she was a
7.5.
convicted felon, isn't that right?
Yes, that's also pertinent.
So
She can't
was
have a gun
also
for 7
potentially
reasons.
Charges of felon in possession of a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And felon in possession of a
And you
firearm
told her
in
that in the
presence of narcotics. Those are all additional
Tell her that those
charges.
would be state or federal charges.
I believe we told her that they could be both.
They could be both. Or
Yeah, they probably did.
Either, right.
Ma'am, the
Did you tell her potentially
feds
how
are going to
much
be
time
pissed.
she could be looking at in prison if she was charged and convicted of these additional offenses?
I bet they did.
I don't recall saying a specific number of days, but I know we made mention that there was significant jail time attached to those charges.
Significant prison time.
Prison time.
Yeah, that's exactly how that
Alright, so
that's exactly how that
what did she
conversation
tell
went.
you in that
Ma'am, you're in
first
some shit.
interview about
Want to tell us what you know?
associations with Kouri Richins?
She confirmed that she had worked for Kouri in the past. She told us that she knew Kouri through Kouri's Aunt Doreen, whom Carmen worked for, cleaning houses. She initially stated that she didn't know anything about what had happened with Eric's death or anything about fentanyl. And we explained to her that
And then
the position that we were in to try to investigate anything that might have happened, whether that was inculpatory or exculpatory for anyone, and that any information that she might have about it would be helpful to us.
What they didn't tell her is they already have the text
What did
messages.
she tell you about ever dealing with?
And when you're dealing with somebody who you're going to give a deal to who's got other cases, you need something to back it, to support it or to buttress it. You can't just take somebody's word, because you're going to end up in a situation like you see in the Young Thug case, where somebody's going to get on the stand and be like, whatever, I told the detectives whatever I needed to tell them to stay out of custody. So generally you want something that will buttress that. And they already had the text messages back and forth between Kouri and CL. So that's why they are asking her, well, reminding her of how much trouble she's in, and then asking her what she already knows. And then they're going to see if that checks out against the text messages that they already have, but they're not going to let her know they have that first, because they want to see if she's going to be truthful with them, and that's a way to check it.
At that time.
She said that she hadn't really ever, in her words, messed with fentanyl. Then she later admitted she had tried it once and didn't have a good experience with it.
Did she tell you a daughter had overdosed on fentanyl?
I don't recall. I could
Yikes.
video and give you an answer on that, but I don't recall.
And isn't it true she told you she never dealt with fentanyl, that she dealt in pain pills and marijuana and other things of that sort?
In the first interview, yes.
She's like, yeah, I'm not fucking with that.
And what did you tell her you could do for her if she gave you information?
Chat, for all of you asking, and I see a number of you asking, including Millie Bobby Brown in the chat, or username Millie Bobby Brown in the chat, asking, why isn't this hearsay? It is hearsay, but it's a preliminary hearing, so they are allowed to get into hearsay from the law enforcement officers. That is hearsay from individuals who they interviewed. So they're allowed to relay what others have said in their interviews.
About Eric Richins' death, or anything that could help you in the investigation of Eric Richins' death?
We explained to her that if she had information regarding Eric Richins' death, that we could work with the prosecutor who was responsible for her charges, for both the search warrant and the drug court charges. We didn't make her any specific promises, but we told her that we were willing to work with the prosecutor's office on those charges.
Is Ms. Lover in custody at this time? Is she in jail?
No.
All right, was she ever charged with anything that was to do with dealing drugs, a violation of her drug court, or with anything that was seized during that search?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I had no dealings with the inner workings of that county's prosecutor's
He's like, I don't know how
office
the deal
after
happened.
We interviewed Ms. Lauber. After we interviewed Ms. Lauber, we informed the prosecutor's office that she
was
be,
cooperating.
Cooperative with our investigation, and then
That
they
goes a long
and
way.
her attorneys worked out whatever kind of deal they worked out with her.
Well, isn't it true, Detective, that you went back and spoke with Ms. Lauber and guaranteed
3 more times.
that she would not be charged in any way as connected to Eric Richins'
He
death
can't
if
decide
she
that.
continued to cooperate?
That's up to the prosecutors.
I didn't make that statement in those words.
Yeah, he can't make that deal.
But we impressed upon her that, yes, in exchange for helpful information in this case, that she could potentially have reduced or eliminated charges.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I know you had a number of interviews
That's
with
how all
her,
of
and
this
I've
works.
certainly reviewed at least 6. Because those interviews were recorded, correct?
Correct.
And any interview that you have had with her would be turned over to defense counsel, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Well,
Should be.
we turn it over to the state.
And the state
I
turns it
think
over to
it's
y'all.
All right.
an opportunity to turn it over to the defense.
So if I represented that they have turned over at this time 6 interviews with yourself and Ms. Lauber, or with, who was the other detective outside that was with you during those?
He said he did
Not
4.
Detective Maynard.
That they've turned over 6 at this time. Would
Are
that
those
sound
6
correct?
recordings? Or are some of those on the same day?
So I want to go to the 6th interview, which was May 13th of 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So isn't it true at that interview, you told her that she was going to be testifying in front of a federal grand jury?
I don't recall that.
Her face.
Am I in
Did
the
you see
video
her
that you're
face? She's like,
referencing?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I don't recall that.
She's like,
So you don't recall that you told her that you and Detective Maynard had had discussions with U.S. Attorney's Office?
I like her facial expressions. They're going to go well for trial because it indicates to the jury something's wrong. Even if it's not, she's just like, what? What do you mean you didn't tell her that? Shock.
And that they had guaranteed you that she would not be charged in connection with Eric's death so long as she testified in front of the grand jury.
I don't remember it, but it doesn't sound unreasonable.
You're the lead detective, right?
Yes.
Did Ms.
Shouldn't you know this shit,
Lauer
sir?
testify in front of the federal grand jury regarding this case?
I don't believe so.
Was there a federal grand jury?
You don't believe so. Do you know? Yes or no?
I don't know for a fact.
You don't know. Did you testify in front of a federal grand jury regarding this matter?
No.
Was
Do you know
there
anyone
one?
in your investigation that testified before a federal grand jury?
No.
But you do recall telling her that she would be testifying before a federal grand jury the next week.
I don't think there was a federal grand jury,
I
by the
honestly
way.
don't remember it. I'm not surprised by the information because when we were working with prosecutors' offices at the time, there were both federal prosecutors and state prosecutors that were involved in it. And that sounds like a likely discussion that could have been made that she would need to testify before a grand jury.
And the feds were like, nah.
Like I said, I don't remember those. If I review the video, I probably could speak to it more.
Did you review an interview that Detective Maynard did with Carmen Lauber on the day before that?
This is
May
before
12th,
the defendant is charged.
regarding a Zoom meeting he had had with different agencies, in this case, federal and state.
I believe so.
And do you recall in that he explained to her what she would be doing in terms of testifying in front of a grand jury?
That doesn't
Again,
mean
I
a
don't
federal
recall
grand
the
jury. You
discussion
can have a
about the grand jury.
state grand jury.
If I review the video, I can speak to it more, but I just don't recall it from my memory.
All right, do you
I don't believe that video is one that I have recently reviewed. I reviewed the initial 3 or 4 that we had with Carmen prior to this hearing.
All right, we'll go back to those in just a minute. Let me ask if you recall this. Do you recall telling her on May 13th that she would be testifying in front of the grand jury and that the goal would be
That doesn't
to
necessarily mean a federal
convict
grand
Kouri
jury, by the
Richins
way.
of murder? Do you recall that?
No, I do not.
This is all going to whether the CI is a reform.
Ms. Lauber got a letter of immunity from the United States
Is
Attorney's Office
reliable.
District of Utah, did she not?
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know if she testified in front of the grand jury.
I do not.
So this is all going to whether CL is reliable. A lot of this is for trial. The judge for preliminary hearings not going to really be bothered either way. It's not unusual that when somebody's involved in a case, especially if it's the person who's providing the narcotics here, that you're going to give them a deal. Look, tell us what you know, and you're not going to be prosecuted for selling the fentanyl. You're not going to be prosecuted for providing narcotics causing death like we're seeing in the Matthew Perry case. Like, you're not going to be prosecuted for these things. So you need to tell us what you know. And so it's not unusual that that person would be provided a letter of immunity for that thing. So they're kind of hammering on. I'll be surprised if the judge in a few minutes doesn't say, can we move along? We know, like, everyone in that courtroom, well, everyone who works within the criminal justice system in that courtroom knows exactly how this works, and it doesn't really need to be belabored. It's like, yep, and?
So tell me the first interview. I'm gonna go back now to that initial interview in April 2020, or April 27th, 2023.
Okay.
How did that interview end?
Did it end
Can
dramatically?
you tell me the date again? April 27th, the first time we
Yes,
spoke.
very
Did it,
first time you
did it end with her saying, fuck you, I'm not telling you shit, and like asking to walk out? Like,
We
how did,
told her that she probably had some things to think on and consider, and that if she decided she wanted to talk to us about this case, that she could contact us, or that we would be in contact with her again shortly.
they provided her options
So
and then
did she tell
said,
you to be back
let
in
us
2
know.
days after she had some time to think about what had happened?
Yes.
That's not a high pressure sale at all.
And did you go back in a few days?
It's actually fairly low pressure.
Yes.
Hey, ma'am, this is what you're facing. These are some of your options. We're going to let you think about that. You let us know if you want to talk to us. We'll be back in a few days. We'll give you some time to think about it. That's a very much lower pressure situation than, and if you don't decide today, we're sicking the feds on you. That's a very different interview tactic.
Call the date you went back.
I believe it was the following Tuesday.
Well, then they gave it like a
So
week.
if I told you that was May 2nd, 2023, would you have any reason
Sounds
to?
accurate, yes.
They're like, all right, we'll be back next
Talk over
week.
each other? Go ahead.
That sounds accurate, yes.
It's a lower pressure than buying a car.
So the second interview. What did you tell Ms. Lover in that interview?
We're so glad you want to talk to us.
We told her a lot of things. Do you want to talk about
I bet
something
you did.
specific?
All right, did you ask her if she had time to reconsider her relationship or her activities with?
I don't know if they would have said reconsider. They would have said, have you thought
I
about
believe
talking
so.
to us?
When we first sat down and she entered the interview room, she immediately started telling us that she had been thinking about calling us and wanted to talk to us.
All right. And you reminded her that she was looking at serious charges and you guys would have her back. You would help her if she cooperated.
Yes.
That's how that goes.
Had you seized a phone, a phone from Ms. Lover at that time?
Yes.
Was there more than one, or did you seize one?
There was more than one. There were two, I believe, that we relied on for evidence and content. There were multiple old phones, I believe, that were seized from her home, but the two that we downloaded and were subject to our investigation, there were two.
Were either of those phones, were either of those phones ones that she was using in March of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
I think one of them was. All right. So what did she tell you in that second interview about communications between herself and Ms. Richins that she thought might be helpful to you? Sorry, I'm interrupting her.
She said, I will tell you everything you want to know about that woman. I am not going down for her.
In most, if not all, of the interviews that we had with Carmen, her memory went back and forth on what happened, what didn't happen, and which times those things happened. So chronologically, it's hard to say where we went in the interview. But she began very slowly.
I don't know if it's raining locally in Utah, but I wonder if the stream gained up the audio because we're getting a lot more background fuzz. So I'm going to try gaining it back down to compensate. We'll see if that's better.
And it seemed it appeared to us that she was minimizing her involvement, but said that she had participated in some way
Let's try one more time.
in getting Kouri illicit substances. And like I said, it began small and her minimizing her involvement and developed into more specific statements.
And these statements took place over the course of 3 or 4 additional interviews.
Correct.
I wonder if it's, I truly wonder if the pool feed gained up their audio. And so you're just picking up the background. But it is what it is. It could be air conditioning, could be a lot of things, but
Your Honor, the state objects on
all of us and our neurospiciness now have to deal with the background noise. Hang in there, folks.
grounds. As the court's aware, Ms. Lauber submitted testimony by 1102 witness statement.
Mr. Bloodworth is like, do we
And
have
the
to?
standard for the preliminary hearing is notwithstanding credible testimony to the contrary. The court's also well aware that Article 1, Section 12 of our Constitution and
Yeah.
progeny case law says that discovery is not a proper purpose to this hearing.
Excuse me, Mr. Bloodworth, I'm going to need you to speak up because you're hard to hear, but he's saying this is not appropriate grounds to get into a preliminary hearing. He's basically saying, can we move on?
Help me out. Where are we headed here?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Bloodworth had stated as we were at the beginning of the hearing that in large part he was putting Detective Driscoll on in the interest of fairness and justice because Ms.
He did say
Richins' current counsel had never had the opportunity to cross-examine him on his prior testimony, and he testified in his prior testimony about these things. So my understanding was that this was our opportunity.
This was on the
since we haven't
docket.
had one before, that was agreed upon and represented the court to cross-examine him about.
I don't know why they agreed to do that, though.
Even though this is a
Kind of
preliminary hearing.
a waste of time.
And these facts very much go to probable cause.
Do they
It's the
though?
last part that I'm not following you on. How do these go to probable cause? I don't think I've heard anything that sounds like testimony that Carmen Lawber did not have the opportunity to perceive or know the things that she claims
Correct.
to have perceived or known.
Ding, ding, ding.
I don't get to weigh credibility outside of those extraordinary circumstances at a preliminary hearing. I'm trying to give you as much latitude as the state will agree to. I'm staying out of the way, but at some point,
But
the
ma'am-
limits on probable cause determination kick in.
All right, well, based on the earlier discussion with the court, I'd like to go a little farther.
He's like,
in
I'd like
terms
you to
of
not.
Reviewing his testimony from the prior hearing.
Understood. If you need clarification of it, but I imagine, don't hold me to this, but I imagine
Bloodworth
that
has
if
something
we,
to say. Look at him standing up ready to
keep
go.
reviewing the investigative steps and potential sources of bias on Ms. Lawler, you are going to continue drawing objections regarding relevance.
I understand. All right.
We'll give Ms. Lewis some additional limited.
He looked at
latitude here
Mr.
to
Bloodworth and is like, we're going to let it go for a minute.
So when you
Just let
testified
it be.
before, did you testify as to how many times Ms. Lawler had allegedly provided drugs to Ms. Richins?
I believe so, yes.
And how many times did you say that happened?
At that time of testimony, we understood there to be 3 transactions that Ms. Lauber participated in with Ms. Richins.
And what were the dates of those 3 transactions?
February 11th, February 26th.
These dates are really relevant. These are the dates that CL said that she provided fentanyl to Kouri Richins. These dates are relevant because the attempted murder charge is from February 14th. The murder charge is from March 3rd. So the dates in February when that was provided are very close in time to the things alleged here. Come on. I keep telling it to refresh, and it is not. I've unpaused you. Go. Oh, that's not ideal. All right, let me see if I...
February
There we go.
11th.
That was not ideal. All right, let's back up to the dates that CL said that she and Kouri Richins connected to provide fentanyl.
3 transactions that Ms. Lauber participated in with Ms. Richins.
And what were the dates of those 3 transactions?
February 11th, February 26th.
Oh, the feed freezes. Well, that's frustrating. All right.
March 9th, after
And March 9th of 2022.
March 9th, after Mr. Richins had passed away.
Correct.
Right.
Interesting.
And did you testify?
February 11th,
Prior
February
to
26th, and March 9th.
What Ms. Lauber said she provided to Ms. Richins, what sort of drugs she provided to Ms. Richins on those 3 occasions?
Again, it went back and forth with details and was clarified the more information she was presented with from phones and other physical evidence. The determination we came to after the conclusion of all 4 interviews was that she had procured some type of prescription or non-prescription opiate on the first transaction, and that the following 2 were fentanyl pills, counterfeit fentanyl pills.
And so you said that in the first interview, she told you that she didn't deal in fentanyl. Can you just explain what you did in your investigation to try and confirm? How did you come back around to that it was fentanyl?
So in the initial interview with Ms. Lauber, and the statements she made about not having dealt in fentanyl before, in my opinion, my experience with interviewing people, especially in custody, I think she was minimizing her involvement. I think she was trying to cover herself from any type of further legal problems. And then after we came back the second time, I think she had changed her mind about how much information she wanted to reveal to us. And that's when she started talking to us about the fentanyl pills, and that she recalled specifically that they were fentanyl.
And did you interview other people regarding those transactions?
Investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did, yes. I wasn't involved in every single interview, but yes.
Did she tell you how many pills total that she provided to Ms. Richins, or that she recalled providing?
One moment, please. Mr. Ludwig.
There's an
Yeah, I'm gonna say
objection.
produce its relevance and objection. What's going on here is the
Sir, you can-
defense counsel is asking.
Bloodworth, you can just say objection relevance. We are on cross-examination of the lead detective. This detective's testimony from the bond hearing was submitted, so we didn't hear a direct examination. The court's the decision maker here. The court's already heard it. So Bloodworth is starting to object to relevance. This doesn't go to whether there's probable cause, and it's not allowed to be a fishing expedition. It's not for discovery. It's not to get 2 bites at the apple. It's just to see if there is enough to say that it's likely that Kouri Richins did the things the state say she did. So he's now going to make, and the judge is going to allow him. They're not in front of a jury. There's a little bit more leeway here, but they are in front of cameras, and these attorneys are very aware of that.
Questions about the detention hearing, which the defense counsel has a transcript of. Did she tell you this? Well, we know this because he testified to it.
Let's just assume that this question, which goes directly to the probable cause determination, is foundation for whatever's coming next. So I'm going to allow this.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. All these recordings are, all these interviews are recorded in discovery and can be done.
I understand. Your objection to the extent it's relevance is overruled. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
He's allowing it
Did
as
she tell you
foundation.
the number of pills she provided to Ms. Richins?
Are you meaning in total or per transaction?
Either way, whatever is easiest for you to
She
explain.
made an estimate of approximately 15 to 30 pills per transaction.
So a total of
Maximum of
75,
90.
30 to 90,
30 to 90.
45 to 90 pills. All right. Did you have any of those pills ever been found?
And things weren't recovered from the house. That's
None in
part
the
of why the
Richins' home.
defense is asking this.
None in Ms. Richins' car, correct?
Remember,
So you've never had the
victim Eric Richins had a substantial amount of fentanyl in his system. It was more than 5 times a lethal dose based on the detention hearing. So he had a substantial amount in his system.
opportunity to test any pills that were allegedly provided from Ms. Lauber to Ms. Richins. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not one, correct?
Correct.
So the only knowledge you have as to what those pills were came from Ms. Lauber, correct?
And corroborating witnesses.
Corroborating witnesses that
That supplied Miss Lauber with the pills or put her in contact with the person that supplied her the pills.
Right, they've got the other
Or
witnesses
drove her
that said
to
she was buying
transactions where the
fentanyl.
pills were purchased.
okay.
Right.
Again, though, have you tested any of those pills or found any of those pills so they could be tested?
No, we have not.
So you actually
No, everyone said that they sold Kouri Richins fentanyl. And then when they tested the victim, Eric Richins, he had in his system this is a legal phrase, a fuck ton of fentanyl. So those things together are where we're at. That type of circumstantial evidence is allowed, but this is all for trial. You know, this is not prelim stuff, but here we are.
do not have any idea what the pills were that were given to Ms.
I don't agree with that.
Just based on the
Toxicology.
testimony, witness statements by Miss Lauber and others.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
So you don't know if the pills were Oxycontin, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know if the pills were fentanyl, correct?
Based on what Miss Lauber told us, she was sure that they were fentanyl. And her description of them match what I know currently to be drug trends street illicit fentanyl pills, with the description being a light green to blue round pill.
So let me ask you again. Do you
He's saying all of the evidence points to this is exactly what it was.
know if any of those pills contain fentanyl?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Do you know if these pills contained illegal drugs, opioids of any kind?
I do not.
Here's the thing. Kouri, the reason they're getting into this is Kouri is charged with aggravated murder, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, possession with intent to distribute as a misdemeanor. So there are 2 counts of felony possession with intent to distribute, 1 count of misdemeanor possession with intent to distribute. So again, if they're trying to show that that Kouri had fentanyl to distribute it, this is why some of these questions are appropriate. But she's also been charged with aggravated murder, attempted murder, mortgage fraud, insurance claims, and forgeries. So does it make sense if when this goes to trial, they dump those possession with intent to distribute? Maybe, because I don't think Kouri was going to distribute that fentanyl to anyone other than potentially Eric. I don't think she was like wholesaling fentanyl to start selling fentanyl. I think this was a more directed purpose. And it doesn't seem to make sense that the state would be arguing she was getting these narcotics to plan a murder, because they are arguing that first degree intentional, volitional, premeditated homicide. So it doesn't seem to make sense to me to try to argue on one hand she was getting this so she could poison her spouse, but on the other hand she was getting it for like a side job. So those charges, without more than what we've seen, I don't know if those will stay when we get to trial. I don't know if those are helpful in this case, and I really don't think it was her intention to distribute them outside of, her own home. So I think that's probably enough. So that's why the defense is going down this road of questioning.
When is the last time you sought evidence in this case?
Sought evidence, is that what you said?
Yes.
The case is active and ongoing until trial. I presume any new information that comes to us will continue to be considered as evidence.
Are you still interviewing witnesses?
Is there anyone left to interview?
Not at this moment, no.
I know you're not at this moment. You're here testifying. Have you recently interviewed witnesses or others investigating this case or involved in this case?
She's like, no, I'm sitting here talking to you.
Yes. Some of our team have reached out to witnesses that we've talked to in the past and have kept in contact with them.
Have you been provided statements or interviews by a private investigator in this matter?
They've been entered into systems that I have access to, yes. Not personally been provided with them, but yes.
Who's that private investigator work for?
The Richins family, the Eugene Richins family.
Is that who pays this private investigator to provide information to you?
I assume so.
There might be an objection to that.
When was the last time you executed a search warrant in this case?
I believe it was 1 or 2 weeks ago
Really?
on the Richins home.
Let's back up. They're talking about whether or not there's a private investigator in this matter, whether they've talked to the private investigator. Keep in mind, there are numerous civil lawsuits also going on. There are a lot of lawsuits back and forth over the estate of the victim here. But now they're getting into, yes, we executed search warrants just about 2 weeks ago. I've seen some of the search warrants come through the docket. Most of them have been to like mortgage companies, and they've all been document-based search warrants. So I'm curious as to what this is about.
Last time you executed a search warrant in this case?
I believe it was 1 or 2 weeks ago on the Richins home.
Still looking for the bills?
And those can be for documents.
That was to seize a voice recorder that was located in the home.
All right.
Right.
Just give me one moment.
So that was to seize something specifically from the home, a voice recorder from the home. I don't know if there's much more to ask this detective. Yes, the investigation's ongoing. She's like, still looking for the pills? He's like, not really. Your client probably ditched them, which he's never going to say. but there's a year between when the victim died and when this defendant was arrested.
Just back up for one moment about the pills. So you said you interviewed other people. I think it was one other person who provided allegedly fentanyl to Ms. Lover. Is that correct?
There were 2 individuals that we interviewed that were reported to have provided Ms. Lauer with the pills. One with the non-fentanyl opiates, and then with the fentanyl pills.
Okay, so one provided the one that did not have fentanyl, and one provided the ones that she claimed did have fentanyl.
Correct.
Okay, so that individual, or actually either of those individuals, were they manufacturers of those pills?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Well, one of them told you it was a prescription, correct?
What?
I believe Ms. Lauer told us that. Would you like me to use names?
That's fine.
I believe Ms. Lauer told us that Ms. Kohler, who she claimed she got the non-fentanyl pills from, that they were somebody's personal prescription.
Okay. So we don't actually know.
That's not uncommon.
No.
All right. And the individual who provided fentanyl, he was not the manufacturer of fentanyl. He told you he didn't manufacture fentanyl, correct?
It's like, who cooked?
I believe so. Other detectives in our office, yeah, interviewed him.
Okay.
All right. Do you know what red devils are?
No, I did not.
Not a firework? A snack cake? What are red devils?
Did you record all of your conversations with Ms. Lover, or if someone else was interviewing them, were they all recorded?
Interviews, yes. Yes.
They've talked to her that are not interviews that were not recorded, is what I
Besides
was
Kouri
saying.
Richins, did you interview or investigate into any other possible suspects in this case?
Interview, no. I personally try to keep an open mind as to all possibilities of what could have caused Eric Richins' death. But I didn't conduct interviews with any other suspects that were persons of interest labeled as suspects.
Were there any
You
other
didn't
suspects?
collect phones or look at anything else from the other suspects, correct?
We collected several phones from involved individuals in this case, and potentially people that could have had access to the Richins home at different times, that could give alternate explanations of how the fentanyl got in the system. But I didn't conduct any interviews of individuals regarding their involvement.
All right.
I think they're just about done with this. Detective, for those of you asking about trial, I've seen a number of questions in the chat. The preliminary hearings, the first step, we're probably 6 months plus away from trial. There's no trial date set in this case. So when will trial be? No idea.
Brief scheduling question. Roughly how much time do you have on redirect?
The court's like, can we get to lunch?
Okay, please proceed.
This is redirect for the state. Hello, Mr. Bloodworth. I want him to circle back to the defense accusing the victim of having affairs. Can we circle back to that? Just for my own curiosity. It's not relevant. He probably won't circle back because he said it's not relevant, but I'm curious. Mr. Bloodworth has just taken his sweet time. All right, we're gonna zoomy. Is everybody approaching? What are we doing? Okay. This is why we have a delay.
Your Honor, I've marked the State's Exhibit 68, Utah Bureau of Forensic Services forensic analysis report related to the collection of THC gummies. May I approach?
Of course.
So this is a forensic analysis of something.
Okay.
Sorry.
Stay a little closer to that mic.
I'm forced to remark,
So am I.
evidentiary
Obviously.
argument this morning.
Oh, yeah, well,
He was like, you're Your Honor, the defense made their argument. I've got an exhibit. Now they're being cheeky, Your Honor. The facial expressions of these lawyers.
Okay, to the microphone, Your Honor. Detective Driscoll, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit for Identification 68?
Yes.
You testified earlier regarding toxicology on some THC gummies.
The defense did open the door to that.
Does that toxicology report reference the THC gummies that you were testifying to?
It appears to, yes.
And then are you familiar with the difference in toxicology reports between fentanyl being indicated and fentanyl being found?
Yes, I'm remembering discussions with our evidence technicians, our forensic technicians, and that there's a difference there that I didn't know before.
I mean, what was the bottom line of that discussion with the evidence technician?
The bottom line was that something could be tested and indicate for precursors or some chemical structure that I don't fully understand that could indicate possibilities of fentanyl, but the state crime lab won't say for certain that fentanyl is present.
And in that instance, the reports read as that one does, am I right? Fentanyl indicated, not identified.
Correct. It says fentanyl was indicated in the gummies in the plastic.
That's going to be interesting at trial. That the gummies, he's saying the gummies indicate for fentanyl, but don't say that they have. Which means you're going to need to bring a crime lab tech in to talk about the fact that things can be cross-contaminated, but it's not going to be enough to activate in the system. And again, this victim had a tremendous amount in his system. Something that's cross-contaminated is not what the issue is here. And if the defense goes down this line at trial, it's going to open the door for that entire walk the dog letter, which I covered. But the walk the dog letter, Emily, did you pull it up while we were talking? Yeah, I sure did. The walk the dog letter has a long section about how Sky said we need to tie the fentanyl to the gummies, to the THC gummies. So the defendant was laying this out back at the early stages of this case. So if the defense opens the door to that in trial, then it's going to open the door to all of what the defendant said about this being part of her defense. So here we go.
May I treat this, John? The statement states 68 in the evidence.
Is Liz any objection?
No objections under the same considerations of all the exhibits.
It'll be admitted for the purpose of the preliminary hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state directs the court to item 14, which begins on the bottom of page 2 and continues to the top of page 3.
Thank you.
Again, this is a prelim. It's just in front of the judge. More information's always better. Rhapsody in Blue, which is part of our kids. Rhapsody in Blue is part of our kids' band performance this year. But is Sky still on the case? No. Sky is not still on the case. The judge addressed it at the last hearing, which I covered. But Sky and her whole firm are off at the case. These are Kouri's new attorneys who work for the Summit County Public Defender's Office.
You testified on cross-examination regarding interviews with Karrington. Remember that?
Yes.
Are all those interviews either audio recorded, video recorded, audio recorded or audio and video recorded?
Yes.
And to the extent your testimony recollecting back over a year would differ from the reportings, do you think the reporting is the accurate testimony?
I do. I sympathize with Ms. Lauder at this point, having been a year past the last time we talked about this.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to watch a video recording of an assistant U.S. attorney and some federal investigators?
So the feds were interested at some point.
Interviewing Ms. Lauder?
I didn't view it, but I was told about it.
So the feds were interested at some
Were
point.
you told that they were interviewing her?
My speculation on that, and this is again, my speculation, is that the feds are probably trying, or probably have multiple investigations going on into various opioid and fentanyl rings, who's selling to who's dealing to what, where things are going, and trying to track it back. And so I imagine when this investigation was coming up and you get somebody saying, I bought this stuff from this person over here, that the feds are very curious in that information, and not that the feds were ever going to prosecute this homicide case, but they were looking for the crossover to whatever ongoing investigations they have and what information they can get to relay back, because they are probably tackling the bigger picture of who's selling what to who, where it's coming from, how it's going out into the public, and dealing with that. So that's more of what the feds would be interested in than prosecuting a single victim homicide.
Kind of pursuant to a grand jury subpoena and before the grand jury testimony?
Yes, I'm remembering now that their appearance there, their interview of her was in regard to a grand jury subpoena that at the time we were not aware that they were planning.
No, the Sky left the case because of a conflict. So the judge was pretty clear that it was a conflict and put that on the record.
Ms. Lauber's testimony.
It's just
Ms.
circumstance
Lauber's
that that was
interview
happening at the
with
same
you,
time.
Detective Major. I want to perhaps clarify some of the transactions. Is it right to say that Ms. Lauber testified to one transaction with Susan Kohler involving Roxy's,
Yes,
and then a transaction involving fentanyl on February the 11th, a second fentanyl on February the 26th, and a third on March 9th?
yes.
Regarding the fentanyl portions of the conversation, separate than the Roxy portions of the conversation, did detectives from
Yes, he
Summit
said
County talk
Roxy.
with the intermediary?
He does not
between
mean Hart.
Carmen Lauber and the ultimate fentanyl dealer to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did that intermediary say that Ms. Lauber requested fentanyl?
Yes.
Did Summit County detectives talk with the man who distributed the fentanyl to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did he say that she requested fentanyl?
Yes.
This is all in the prior
And that he ultimately
testimony.
provided fentanyl?
Yes.
Yes, Roxy's like Nurse Jackie or like the Johnny Depp. Roxy, codone. Different. Tracy G and a couple in the chat asked if the victim had THC in his system in the autopsy. I don't remember it being reported that he did, but it might be in there. I don't remember. But it lasts in the system longer,
Within the
so
scope of read, correct?
you would expect to see it if it was there.
You said that all interviews with Ms. Lauber were recorded,
He said
correct?
interviews.
For sure, all the ones that I was involved in, yes.
All right. So does that mean that there have been meetings and discussions with her, with Ms. Lauber
He
and
said that.
either yourself or other people, the Summit County Sheriff's Office or the prosecution not
He
recorded?
said that the last time you asked him.
Not that we're substituting in content in regards to the case. We have on occasion spoken with Ms. Lauber because she was placed on supervised probation by an out-of-county court and was to be under ankle monitor that was supervised by our department. So we have talked to her about compliance with those orders. We have also transported her, given her a ride to meetings with her attorney, and so there has been small talk, but not interview about the case that has not been recorded.
Okay. You drive her to her meetings.
She needs a ride sometimes.
Right. So you just, in discussing this with, in answering Mr. Butler's questions, you said that Ms. Lauber provided fentanyl to Ms. Richins 3 times.
I know that Miss Lauber had difficulty remembering all the details of her interactions with Ms. Richins. I know at the time that we conducted the interviews, what she had told us in those interviews is what I testified to at the detention hearing.
And that was that there was 1 time that was Oxycontin and 2 times that she said she delivered fentanyl. Isn't that right?
Correct. Since those interviews, new forensic information from cell phones was received, was reviewed, and determined that there were 3
Hand-to-hand.
transactions involving fentanyl, including one after Eric Richins' death. I believe the most accurate statement from Ms. Lauber is the 1102 statement that she submitted for today's hearing.
So what he's saying is she didn't quite remember when we got all the forensics back and then went through all the text conversations and the Facebook Messenger and whatever. She was able to go through the Messenger and say, oh, we were talking about it this day. I would have delivered it this day. And then was able to track it back, which isn't weird to me at all as someone who forgets everything all of the time. I would be like, I don't know. Can you let me look at my text? Because I don't know. So that doesn't surprise me at all that it was like, yeah, her initial statements were this, and then after forensics and then another conversation, it was this.
You said that you spoke with the individual who allegedly provided fentanyl to Ms. Lauber, and you just testified that he told you she asked specifically for fentanyl. That's not accurate, though. Correct?
He told, from what I'm remembering from watching the video of the other investigators that interviewed him, he told us that Miss Lauber requested, in his words, blues.
Yes, it's
which I
hearsay and
understand to
hearsay
be
and
fentanyl
hearsay.
pills.
It's a prelim.
Didn't he say she
Different
requested Roxy 30s? Or Roxy's?
It's possible. I think blues was also mentioned.
Roxy's are typically Oxycontin, correct?
Yes.
So as you're sitting here today, Detective, can you say with certainty that the pills that Ms. Lauber allegedly gave to Ms. Richins are the pills that were taken by Eric Richins, or what pills that were taken, if any pills were taken, by Eric Richins?
No.
And as you sit here right now, do you have any idea, like actual knowledge, not an idea, let me rephrase that, do you have any knowledge of how fentanyl got into Mr. Richardson's system? Mr. Richardson's system, I'm sorry.
No.
Anything further for the detective, Mr. Glover?
No, you're not.
You
Right.
can step down, sir. Thank
And that's not going to be persuasive at prelim.
you. Mr. Bloodworth, it's now an appropriate time to take a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Come back at 1:30. Does that sound workable?
Yes,
And
sir.
that is mountain time.
Okay. We will be in recess until 1:30. Please follow the deputy's instructions so we can do this in an orderly way. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
If I do
Course
it
of
right, will
recess.
you tell me that I'm good? Just a question, Your Honor. No, maybe, yes, no. All right, we're gonna zoom past the lunch break. Normally I would take a break here and answer questions. We're gonna hold questions till the end, and don't worry, I am holding them. I've seen lots of great questions coming through. Some of you have asked, and a number of you have asked if they tested Kouri. Remember, Kouri Richins was not arrested until a year after this happened, so it would be very unlikely that they would drug test her unless it's part of the standard booking procedure because of the amount of time that has passed. So we're going to zoom past the lunch break and get back into court now, and then we will do Q&A at the end. Remember, this hearing's going to continue on tomorrow. We've only gotten through one witness. Court started very late today in Utah, but this is on Mountain Time, so they can roll through till 4 and/or 5 Mountain Time. I will take a look and see if the hearing is done yet. But the court has also ordered that the case cannot be live streamed. It can be distributed on delay. I don't know how that helps anything, but it can be distributed on delay. So we are an hour behind whatever court does. So if court ends at 4 o'clock Mountain Time, the 4 o'clock hour will be streamed at 5 o'clock Mountain Time, which will be 6 o'clock our time. So we are still behind, but working on catching up. Let's back to court.
All right. I'll keep coming back. Yeah.
So that was the lunch break. Don't forget to hydrate. We're going to see what witness is on the stand after lunch. Hopefully that helped answer questions.
That's the last one I have. Is all three of us?
Am I working on Pacific time? No, they're Mountain Time, so they're an hour behind me. I'm Central, so they're an hour behind me. But it's basically Pacific time because it's Mountain Time plus a 1 hour delay, so it's basically a 2 hour delay for me. So let's see. The judge also said no cameras rolling until the defendant was seated, so it's surprising to me that we're here, but I'm going to turn the volume down until we are caught up, not on the seal of the great state of Utah, but better than a fan. I like it much better than a fan. I got to be honest.
So let's go back on the record.
Let's go back on the record.
We're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, anything?
Dues, we're happy to keep you company on the night shift. Hopefully it makes it pass quickly.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
No, it's right now.
Okay.
He's like, do y'all need
The state's
anything?
next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Christopher Kotrademus.
Christopher Katrinas? We'll see.
Oh, we have Frankie swearing.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the
He
truth,
should
the whole
state
truth,
his
and nothing
name
but the
again.
truth, subject to the fees and penalties of perjury?
And he was sitting at counsel table, so he must be one of the investigators.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us your name?
Chris Kotrademus.
The common spelling of the last name? Yes.
Kotrademus?
Mr. Kotrademus, can you briefly tell us your background?
Yes, I'm
You said
23.
you said common spelling for Kotrademus, and then you didn't have him spell it for the court reporter, though the court reporter probably knows him. But still, you're not a Kolakethis, so we'll see. But you know,
Year law enforcement veteran. The last 11 years of which was spent with the Salt Lake City Police Department Homicide Squad and the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office Homicide.
so
Team,
he's the
where I
IO
was an investigator.
because he's the homicide investigator. So
And
he
did
would
you
have
retire from law
taken.
enforcement?
I did at the end of 2022. I retired.
Congratulations
What have you
on
been
your
doing since
retirement.
then?
So
Okay.
he would have be the IO, even though we've got the lead detective. If he's the homicide investigator, he would technically be the lead investigator.
Started an investigations firm.
And what's the nature of the investigations that you do?
So we do investigations, training, and consulting work. So regular investigations for criminal and civil offenses, training for attorneys and investigators related to various subject matters. And then I also do some consulting work in criminal and civil cases as well.
Do you have any education, training, or experience with forensic digital evidence?
I do.
Yay, forensic
Briefly
digital
describe that
evidence.
to the court.
Yeah, so formal training. I have a 40-hour certification from ZX Tracks. It's a 40-hour training course, call detail record analysis and location mapping. I also have a 40-hour formal training, also with ZX Tracks, as a subject matter expert. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator and a Cellbrite physical analyzer certified as well.
Great background training experience.
Mr. Kotrademus could put the mic closer to him.
Then that's probably AC and the background noise if he's having trouble hearing in
And
court.
since you've talked about that, what is Celebrite?
So Cellbrite is it's extraction.
Oh, we
it's
know.
Device extraction.
We all know.
Hardware and software.
Okay.
It extracts data from.
How
electronic
to
devices.
find prison for rich people.
Have you been retained by
I say that because Kouri Richins was Googling luxury prisons for rich people. I'm sure we'll get to some of the Google searches.
the state in this case?
I have.
In what role?
As an investigative consultant and to analyze digital forensics data.
And have you analyzed and reviewed digital extractions of cell phones in this case?
Yes, I have.
I want to talk to you about a few phone numbers and just to identify phone numbers of different cell numbers or cell phones you have analyzed in this case.
Well, hopefully
Do you
those
recognize
numbers.
the phone number 43567?
I don't know if these numbers are still active.
I do.
Whose phone number is or was that?
That was the primary cell phone for the defendant.
You're getting kind of quiet again. Can you pull that microphone?
It's and the phone. There you go. That's
Normally, that's not an issue.
There.
So this is a public hearing, but
Can you just repeat that answer?
Yeah, that's the primary phone number for the
someday this phone number is going to get recycled, so might as well.
defendant.
When you say primary, does that mean that there were other phone numbers that the defendant used?
Yes.
And do you recall what those numbers were?
Yes, there's two other numbers that we're aware of. One ends in 1152, and the other ends in 9592.
That's much easier. I
And-
appreciate when they do it. Last four.
When you say that the 1987 was the primary phone, what leads you to believe that was her primary phone?
In this context, it's the phone that the defendant utilized for her normal, everyday business, communications with most friends, her business, that type of thing.
And the other numbers, let's talk about the 1152. What kind of device was that associated with?
That was associated with her 1987 device, but it was a number being utilized on that device. It was a Google Voice number.
Okay. So, can you
Like
just
a work
describe what a
number.
Google Voice number is and how it can be used on a cell phone?
Sure, it's basically a number that you create through Google Voice services, and you can use it just like a normal cell phone. You can make calls, receive text, that type of thing, and it's utilized through Google Voice app.
Now, the 9592 number, was there a device that was associated with?
Yes,
What was that?
it's referred to in evidence as a blue phone, but it's an iPhone that was obtained by the defendant after her original phone was seized by police in April of 2022.
So was that phone activated roughly at the same time?
Yes.
Now, speaking specifically to the device that the 1987 number was associated with, did you observe a forensic extraction of that phone?
Yes,
And did you analyze that extraction?
I did.
So two phones.
Did you notice
well,
any?
multiple phones. The primary phone and the primary phone had a Google Voice number on it. That phone got yoinked by the cops. She got a subsequent phone, different number. They refer to that as the blue phone that has a different 4, but that phone she obtained after law enforcement seized the first phone. So 3 phone numbers, 2
Information or
phones.
data deleted from that phone between January and mid-March of 2022.
Yes.
And can you describe what type of, or types of data have been deleted off that phone?
A lot of data, primarily and most relevant to the investigations in this case, the call logs, texts, web history, and web search.
It's a lot of
So when you say that
deletions.
the texts have been deleted, does that
Sir, we've got a lot of questions about how that Celebrite report indicates that something has been deleted or not deleted. Has it been actually deleted? We have so many questions. Was it in a head file? Like, was it just not written? Was it in a tab that had we have been through it with whether or not information's deleted. Can you please clarify for us? We're going to spend a whole day at trial about what Kouri Richins did or did not delete off her phone. And if her defense attorneys didn't watch anything from the Karen Reed trial, they would probably learn a lot about Celebrite reports and deleted records if they watch that trial. But we got questions. But he's saying Kouri Richins deleted a ton of info off her phone between January and the death of her husband in March 2022. All of the call logs, call record logs, Google searches. So it's not just like one thing was selectively deleted. It was swaths of things that were deleted.
In the entire text threads between different parties?
And all of the texts.
And was it everybody in that time frame, or were there specific people?
Pretty much everybody.
She tried to wipe it.
Now, you mentioned that
Girl, you didn't
web
do it
history had
right.
been deleted.
Yes.
And was there a specific date that prior to which that web history had been deleted?
Yeah, so there on that phone, the web history for that device, that primary device, was basically ended. It picked back up on March 10th of 2022, but prior to that, all of it was gone.
The deletions that you observed on that extraction, can you say how those deletions were made?
No. Like, I would presume it was completed like most deletions are completed on a phone, which is manual deletion. But there's no indication.
Yeah, her phone
in the
was not
software,
rehomed or upgraded, though.
You know, any other means of that.
Until the
whether it
police
was active
took it.
or remote or anything like that.
Okay. The data's just not there.
It's just not there.
It's just silent. The void. You're staring into the void.
I want to talk to you about a person came up during this investigation.
Oh, no.
By the name of Josh Grossman. Did you associate
broke
a
the
phone
tip
number
on my
with
pencil.
a device belonging to him?
Damn it.
Yes.
Do you recall what that number was?
The last four is 1260.
ADHD tax.
And a witness by the name of Carmen Laubert, did you identify numbers belonging to devices that were associated with her?
Yes.
And was there a primary number that was associated with her device?
That's
Yes, I believe the
CL.
last four, that was 6127.
Same question for a Robert Crozier. Do you recall the number for him?
Lyndon,
Yeah,
a great
Indian
reference.
0540.
And finally, you're almost done with this test. Mr. Richins' phone number. Do you recall his phone number associated with his
Yeah, the last four of 9317 for Mr. Richins.
Thank you.
That passed.
Great. Let's get back to this. I want to talk to you about the defendant's communications with Carmen Laubert.
New tip.
Between the time period, well, let me ask this first. Were you able to determine by other means besides the defendant's phone?
Isolated. I have a remarkable.
whether there were
So I was
communications
messing
Yes.
with it.
And specifically for the time period of
Okay.
roughly January 1st, 2022 and March 15th, 2022.
Yes.
And where were you able to see evidence of those communications?
Through the call detail records.
Who's called detail record?
I primarily focused on the defendants, but also Ms. Loggers as well.
And what does a call detail record tell you?
A call detail record is exactly what it sounds like. It's a detail of calls recorded through a carrier. It will tell us, tell an investigator or anybody looking at the record when a call or text was made or received, the duration of that call, and potentially location information related to that account as well, or that device as well.
And who stores that information?
The carrier.
So that's separate from the data that's extracted from the phone, correct?
Correct.
I bet you Kouri
So if
Richins
data
didn't
were
know that.
deleted off of a phone, then that's-
Kouri, you should have watched more trials, because what you'll learn is what you delete off your device can still be stored by your carrier, so it's not really gone.
Still be available through the carrier.
The communication, the timestamps and the direction of the communications would, yes.
What about location data?
Yes, potentially.
What you say potentially? What would cause it not to be available?
Time, quite frankly, is usually the inhibitor there. But most carriers retain call detail records for a year to 2 years with location history. It could also be that a carrier does not report location data for, say, for instance, text messaging. Some carriers do, some carriers don't.
I see. Specifically, the carrier for the defendant's phone, was location data available for the call detail records that you analyzed?
At the time the records were sought, no.
And do you know why that was?
Time.
Okay.
Yeah, where Verizon retains location information within call detail records for 1 year.
So they asked too late.
I would like to turn your attention, if I can grab a binder of the exhibits that have been pre-admitted here, to Exhibit 33. Have you seen that Exhibit 33 before?
I have.
And what is that?
This is a Facebook Messenger record.
Oh, Facebook keeps your shit
between
forever.
Miss Lauber and an individual named Nicole Cummings.
Do you know who Nicole Cummings is relative to this investigation?
I do.
Who is that?
My understanding is a friend of Carmen Lauber, in which the friend is the one in which Carmen received.
And yes, I
the
love the
second phone
prosecution's
number
binder.
from-
The judge has
for
a
Mr.
matching
Krieger.
binder.
I see.
It
Now,
feels like
turn it
they're
over
ready for
to,
trial on this.
34, State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize that document?
I do. 34? Yes.
Yes. And what is that?
Look, if I'm the judge, by the way, I'm reading through every single one of these messages if it's appropriate at the time, because I want to know too.
This is a...
Look, as a DA, the amount of time I would spend looking at everything Facebook sent us back on request, I'm like, ooh, who are you talking to? What are you saying? Where are you when you're talking to them? What phone are you on? Are you posting pictures with a bunch of money after you just robbed somebody? Oh, look, your location data shows that you're a block away from where the robbery happened. So weird. So the amount of information you can get from tech companies is substantial. Thanks, Dr. B.
It's like a phone extraction record.
And the bottom input in that record, is there any number there?
Dr. B brought me more hydration to try to kill my headache.
Yes.
What is that?
This is a message, or this is a contact in a device for a number identified as Mr. Crozier's number, the ending in 0540.
And is the name of that contact Robbie-Nick?
Yes.
And is that the same Nicole that we spoke of a moment ago?
Yes.
I've got long nail girly problems that I can't.
But I'm
not gonna
referring
open
now
this
to
with my
State's
finger.
Exhibit 35. Ms. Lauber's call detailed records for her device. Do you see communications between her and Crozier on February 10th?
Who's she talking to? What's she
Yes.
saying?
And you recall approximately when those began?
February 10th
It
is
was in the
relevant.
evening. I don't recall the exact time.
February 10th is really relevant because the attempted murder in this case is alleged to have happened on Valentine's Day. So what's going on February 10th becomes really relevant as to who's talking to who's getting what from whom, and the rest of it. So
Do you see calls between them on February 11th as well?
Yes.
Also on February 11th, through Ms. Lauber's call details records and the defendants, did you observe any text messages between them on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall how many?
About 30, I believe.
And were there any text messages the next day, February 12th of 2022, between Ms. Lauber and the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall when those occurred?
I don't want to say midday, but I'm not 100%.
CL is who provided or
But those were
procured
contained in
the
State's Exhibit 35. that call
narcotics in
detail
this case.
records. And speaking of these, the call detail records, are these in Mountain Daylight Time or Mountain Standard Time?
These are UTC time.
Okay. And UTC is what time?
It's Greenwich Mean Time. It's basically zero. It's a method for everybody to basically stay on the same time zone, as odd as that sounds. Basically, you just add or subtract your time zone from UTC to get local time.
So if these are in February of 2022, what subtraction would have to be made to find the local time?
7 hours. So during daylight savings, when we fall back in November-ish, we go to -7, and then we spring forward in March usually.
We do spring
We're
forward.
-6.
It's the worst.
Thank you. Moving ahead to the February 14th, 2022 call detail records. Did you observe any, sorry, moving away from that. Did you observe any text exchange between the defendant and Ms. Lauber on that day?
On February 14th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You recall approximately how
Kouri
many?
has a lot of lawyers hanging out over there.
I
There's
don't.
4
Not
of
off the top of
them.
my head. It's several.
More than a dozen?
Yes. I want to say 30 again.
But I appreciate that there's one lawyer that's like assigned to her going through this is what we're talking about, this is what we're looking at.
Well, it's your
Because the
attention
lead
that
attorneys on the
State's
case are
Exhibit
focusing on
43.
their upcoming cross-examination and the rest of it.
Well, and before we
Mama
go
bear
on
of one, you
to
didn't
there, I
miss
just
the
wanna
start of a
clarify
trial,
that
we're in a
When you see
prelim.
this call detail record,
So
you're not
don't worry.
seeing the content in any of those messages, correct?
Correct. Only that the
We're here for a day or
message was
2 or
completed,
3.
sent and received.
Okay. But when you do a forensic extraction of a device,
That's a lot of
if those, the content of those texts are still on the phone, can you see the content at that time?
Yes.
On February 26th of 2022, do you see communications between Ms. Lauber and the defendant on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall when they started communicating?
It was in the evening. I want to, if I recall, around 5 p.m., 4 or 5 p.m. on the 26th.
And you recall when they stopped?
About 10:30 that night.
From those call detail records, specifically from Ms. Lauber's, were you able to see where she traveled that day?
Yes,
And was she at or near a Maverick and Draper that day?
she was.
And how are you able to tell that from the call detail record?
So within that call detail record, AT&T is Ms. Lauber's provider. AT&T does provide location data for SMS messaging. So we're able to determine what tower is being utilized within the Ms. Lauber's device.
This all came up
Made
in
or
the
received,
detention hearing as well.
Text messages as well
So
as
a lot of
calls.
this is not
So
new.
we put it into a mapping software and are able to determine which tower was servicing the device during any given point in time.
So it's the location of the tower that phone is connected with, right?
Yes.
Okay. And down in the Salt Lake Valley near Draper, are you able to see multiple towers that, I mean, fair to say there's more than one tower in the Salt Lake Valley?
Yes, typically speaking, the more dense the population and the urban area, the more dense the cell phone arrays are.
Does that make it more accurate to pinpoint where that phone is?
Typically, yes.
And is the contrary to that true, the less populated an area is, the less cell towers there are?
Typically, yes.
Speaking specifically about Midway, are there less cell towers in Midway, Utah than there are at Intermediate Draper, Utah?
Yes, significantly.
Now, when Ms. Lauber's phone appears on those towers near Draper Maverick, was she there on any other dates besides
We're not going to
that
get a copy of the binder. Some of this stuff in there is sealed.
What dates were those?
None of it's filed publicly because this is evidence that's going to come up in trial. So when it's filed with trial, maybe, but all of this is still sealed because we're just in a preliminary hearing.
February 11th, 2022, and March 9th, 2022.
So this is when is
Did you
CL
observe
and
her phone,
Kouri in the same place?
being tracked in that area
Again,
on any
the-
other
The
time in the
technology shows that CL and Kouri were in the same place at the time that CL said they were there.
Be
So
able to track her movements from
it's
Summit County to Draper
not
and back?
hard for a
Is that,
prelim
again,
to get
just
to
through
that
the
standard.
Tracking the towers that she's picking off of?
Yes, the tower utilization, yes.
And we talked a little bit about Midway. Does the precise location become more difficult when she's in a more rural area?
In this
He
case,
said that
yes.
And why is that?
You have less towers serving a larger area, so with a larger estimated
blow out the
range or area
range.
in which the device can be in, the harder it is to pinpoint more precise location.
The bigger the range, the less precise.
I want to turn your attention now to Exhibit 31. If you could flip that.
Oh, those look
Do
like
you
text
recognize
messages.
what's depicted in Exhibit 31?
Those look like texts.
I do.
And what is that?
Is a depiction of messaging on
We might hear some of those
a
texts today.
device from
And we heard some in the
January
bail hearing.
18th and January 20th of 2022.
And the top of that, the first page there says Kouri. Do you recall whose device these images are taken from?
I believe they're from Miss Lauber's.
Can you take one more look at those?
I will, yes.
Could those be from a phone belonging to a Hayden Jeffs?
I need to look at the contents.
Oh, sure,
of the
sure.
text, just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yes, I misspoke. These are devices from Mr. Jeff's phone. Or, I'm sorry, messages from Mr. Jeff's phone.
And they start on January 18th and they go to January 22nd.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to ask you to flip to State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize the record depicted there?
I do.
Is that for the number ending 1987, the device belonging to the defendant?
It is, yes.
Was there a call made at 8:53 a.m. on February 14th?
Yes.
And do you know who that call was made to?
I do.
Who's that?
A Mirror Lake Diner.
And moving to State's Exhibit 38. Are these call detailed records for a number ending 9317?
Yes.
And the court has all these in front of them, so they don't need to go through all of it. They
Yes.
need to authenticate it. They need to orient the judge as to what
Is
it
there a phone
is,
call
and then
between
go
Mr.
from there.
Richins and the defendant at about 11:09 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
And is there a record of a photo being sent or some sort of multimedia message at 11:27 that morning?
Yes, and that was obtained via Mr. Richins' device.
Okay, so that's not here in the call detailed records. That's it.
It's his physical device. Yes.
Were you able to see what that image was?
No.
Was that deleted from his phone?
It appeared to be yes.
And were you able to see that on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
No.
Why is that?
All of that was presumably deleted from the defendant's phone as well.
Well, 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 the defendant doesn't have it on her phone, but the victim has it on his phone. Interesting to see, right? It's when they bring all this to trial, they're like, here's what's on the victim's phone, here's what's on the defendant's phone, and these are conversations between the two of them. That's not going to look great when this eventually goes to trial.
Did the activity on Mr. Richins' phone on the 14th of February 2022, did that cease between 11:39 a.m. and 1:32 p.m.?
Yes.
Was he active on that phone before and after that?
This is the victim's activity on his phone.
Yes, he was.
And can you describe the volume of his activity?
It would be what I would describe as normal phone traffic for that device. Calls and texts between friends, business-related things of that nature, yes.
So they're going to look at like pattern of life use on the phone. We saw this heavily relied on in the Murdaugh case, saying this is what the victim's phone usage looks like, and this is when it stops. Of course, this defendant called paramedics sometime after the victim passed, and then had a whole story about it. And so we're going to see some of that, but it'll be interesting to see when they look at the phone activity ceasing. But this was also overnight into the early morning hours, so that can also be consistent with somebody going to sleep.
Now, I'm not certain it's made it into the binder. I've handed you what's been marked as and admitted as State's Exhibit 7A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that image of?
This is a screenshot obtained from a device of the defendant's phone, her navigation app within her device.
And is that
Showing?
from February 14th of 2022?
It is.
So this has not been deleted, correct?
From the defendant's phone, it was not in the defendant's phone. It was in Mr. Richins' phone.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Did that originate from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like there was a text message screenshot from defendant's phone, and the screenshot was texted to the victim, and then they recovered it from the victim's phone.
Sent to Mr. Grossman?
It was.
And thank you for clarifying.
I backed up.
Did that originate from the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Was that sent to Mr. Grossman?
It was.
And was that sent at approximately 9:48 a.m. on February 14th?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's not from the victim's phone. Grossman's phone. Grossman is the paramour. That's not the victim's phone. I am backing up. If he said that was the victim's, if she is sending a screenshot of a location of her, I need to back up. I am confused, and I want to know everything about the affair.
From the defendant's phone, it was
Okay, let's back up. I need to know about this navigation screenshot.
a device of the defendant's phone, her navigation app.
Whose phone is this recovered from?
I've handed you what's been marked as and admitted as State's Exhibit 7A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that image of?
This is a screenshot obtained from a device of the defendant's phone, her navigation app within her device.
And is that from February 14th of 2022?
Oh, because he was
It is.
unclear.
So this has not been deleted.
From the defendant's phone, it was not in the defendant's phone. It was in Mr. Grossman's phone.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Did that originate from the defendant's phone?
Yes,
Was that sent to Mr. Grossman?
it was.
And was that sent at approximately 9:48 a.m. on February 14th?
Yes.
Oh, T.
What,
Okay.
Can you just give a little...
For those of you newer to this case, hello, welcome, do the YouTube things, like, subscribe, whatever. The paramour has been referred to as the paramour. Yes, just start singing Paramore. I could never, her voice is incredible. But the paramour has been identified as Grossman earlier in this hearing today. We have seen conversation about Kouri Richins meeting up with the person she was having an affair with on February 14th. We also know from court filings that on February 14th, Eric Richins had a sandwich made for him by his wife on Valentine's Day, took it to work, got sick, and the state alleges that that was a laced sandwich due to not only what happened to Eric on the 14th, but later text messages where Kouri is asking for stronger fentanyl after that date. They are talking about a screenshot sent from Kouri Richins' phone to Grossman's phone, recovered from Grossman's phone, that had been deleted off of Kouri's phone. The reason they're talking about February 14th is because in the updated complaint, they charged not just the aggravated murder, but the attempted aggravated murder from February 14th. So they're tying together what's happening on February 14th, and that's who Grossman is in all of this.
more description about what that navigation shows?
Sure, it's a typical screenshot of a normal navigation application. There is a location on Rockcliffe Road. The device is it's depicted that the device is traveling northbound, and it gives an arrival time, an estimated time of arrival, and a mileage for that trip that it's depicting.
I'll be here then.
And on Mr. Grossman's
Screenshot.
phone, were you able to read any text messages surrounding this time?
Yeah, Kouri, you didn't tell Grossman to delete his phone because apparently he didn't delete his phone.
Yes.
And did the defendant indicate why she was sending this to him?
Yes.
Why is that?
She said she was on her way to see him. He asked if it was about an hour, if she was about an hour away, and she said
Sent the
yes, and sent
screenshot.
him the screenshot to verify her ETA.
So she's on her way to see the dude she's stepping out with. I have no idea what dude knew. I'm not going to speculate what dude knew. We don't know what Grossman knew or did not know about what was going on with Kouri. But what the state has alleged is that she made her husband a sandwich for work, sent him off to work with his sandwich, and then she went off to go meet up with her lover on Valentine's Day when her husband went to work, and then became very, very sick.
Speaking to the defendant's communications with Mr. Grossman, do you recall approximately when those began?
For the 1152 number, which is the first one I'm aware of, it began having trail, basically a digital trail on that phone beginning in November of 2021.
Oh.
And what was the...
That's new information. So the digital trail started November 2021. I guess that's not really that far ahead of March 2022 in all things, but this was from November 2021. So what, November, December, January, February, March, well, February, 4 months.
The volume of text calls, anything of that nature, up until March of 2022.
The volume varied depending on the day, but it was pretty much daily communication between the two during that time frame.
And are these phone calls and text messages?
Mostly texts, but yes, some phone calls.
And have a number of those texts been recovered from Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And
Right, he didn't delete
if I
his
could
phone.
just have
He wasn't
you,
worried about it.
Just thumb through exhibits 29 and 30.
No, don't thumb through 29 and 30. Tell us what's in the messages. Don't make us wait till trial. Cena said, wasn't the guy very cooperative? Yes, Grossman, the paramour, seemed to be very cooperative, but as I've been diving back into the Scott Peterson case, Amber Fry, also very cooperative, was like, nah, I didn't know any of this shit. Fuck all of that noise. And Amber Fry was one of the key witnesses in the Peterson case. So
are they approximately December and January of 2021, 2022?
Yes.
And if I could have you thumb through 39 through
so he's just telling the court what they are. The court has all of this information. The court doesn't. The court has it as it relates to the attempted murder. The court doesn't need it to all be read into the record because the court can just review it. They don't need it. So Harmony said at the end of the day, I feel so bad for the kids. 100%. 100%.
All right. Are those also excerpts from the extraction of Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And are those roughly the time frame of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, 3 exhibits, 44, 45, and 46. You can look at those.
So a lot of you have asked about Kouri Richins' hair color. Some of you have asked if she's dyeing her hair in custody. I think her hair that was lightened has grown out in the time she's been in custody. And so I think when her hair is pulled back, the lighter bits on the end, you're not seeing as much. So I think we're seeing, the reason her hair looks darker, I think, is that the lightened bits have grown out while she's been in custody. But no, you generally can't dye your hair in custody, or at least not with anything that you would traditionally use to dye your hair with.
Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And are those specifically March 2nd and March 3rd of 2022?
Yes.
And,
These are the days that Eric Richins died.
Finally, exhibits 50 and 51, if you could look at those.
So the court has before it the text messages Kouri was sending back and forth with Grossman the day that Eric passed. Some of those we've seen in filings that I've covered. So, oh, that feed froze. Yeah. And that happens some. It happens some in the Paltrow case too.
Okay.
Also excerpts from that extraction.
Yes.
And a little bit later in time, March 20th and April 9th.
Correct. Yes.
So it's fair to say around the time that Mr. Richins passed away, there were ongoing messages between the defendant and Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
And we knew that from court filings.
I'd like to ask you now about the extraction from the defendant's phone relative to the
I think what's more telling, and I think what will be more telling for a jury, I think the jury, of course, is going to be interested in the human story of it all, because of course we are. But I think what's going to be more telling for the jury is what is not on Kouri's phone that's recovered from other people's phones.
Morning of March 4th, 2022. We discussed this at the detention hearing, correct?
Yes, we did.
And at that time, you were relatively new to this case.
I was, yes.
Have you had a chance to analyze further the data on the defendant's phone regarding that date?
Yes.
I asked you at that time about movement on the phone at approximately 3:08 a.m. You recall that?
I do, yes.
Are you able to say at this time whether that was the phone itself moving or a connected device moving?
It appears to be a connected device.
And when you say a connected device, what does that mean?
In this case, I believe it to be a smartwatch. It's a device connected to the, like, for instance, the defendant's cell phone that is tracking movement data.
Always the
When was
smartwatch.
the defendant's phone first unlocked that morning?
Right before 3:07 a.m.
And this movement activity, when did that take place?
Oh, the murdacity of it all. They are talking about the smartwatch and the movements on the smartwatch around 3:07 a.m., which is going to be relevant because I'm sure we're going to get into when a 911 call was made.
3:08.
Do you recall how far the connected device moved?
I believe it was about 250 feet.
And was there a series of unlocks on that phone in the next 15 minutes?
Yes.
Was there additional movement around 3:21?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how much?
I believe it was around 140 feet, 143 feet.
I don't think how many steps Kouri took is going to be as relevant, but Kouri had told law enforcement when they showed up, when she called and said her husband was non-responsive. Kouri said, I was asleep in my kid's room. I got back up, I went into my bedroom, and I found my husband and immediately called 911. So the amount of steps is going to be less relevant than it was made to be in the Murdaugh case. The fact that there is any movement is going to be very relevant because she said, I got up from the kids' room, I went to my bedroom, and I called 911. I imagine that the time of the steps and the time of the 911 call aren't gonna specifically line up.
Do you see a 911 call on that device?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
Just after 3:21 a.m.
Do you recall if that approximately 140 feet movement was made before or after the 911 call?
So between 3:16 a.m. and 3:21 a.m., she had steps going on the Apple Watch, and 911 was called at 3:21 a.m. I imagine what the state will argue down the road is that is when she was getting rid of the Moscow Mule cup, rinsing things off in the sink, and doing that kind of stuff.
So in about that 15-minute time frame, the connected device moved about 370 feet.
Correct.
Verify your settlement.
So I think that's going to be interesting information to see.
Thank you, Mr. Kotrademus. Those are all the questions I have for you this time.
Thanks.
And on to cross-examination.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
It's interesting. There's always the tech lawyer. There's always a special lawyer that handles the tech experts every single time. Deborah said, you mean she slept wearing the Apple Watch? I don't know if she slept, but she had it on. So
Afternoon, Jorge.
Doing great. How are you?
Good.
Good.
I like his tie. Cleopatra in the chat said, I've never had a Moscow Mule. Are they tasty? In the normal variety, yes. Yes, they are. Very good in a copper cup. Very refreshing. made with vodka. I don't know. Is vodka demure? What counts anymore as I don't know. Words have no meaning at this point. But yes, I find them to be lovely. But I like ginger beer. I like lime, and I am not opposed to vodka. But I do enjoy this dude's tie. So let's continue on. Sir, we dig the tie.
Let's talk about, go to State's Exhibit 45, please. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
Kiwi is
Mr. Hill had you review exhibits.
I don't know what alcohol
44,
counts
45,
as
and
demure.
46. You recall that?
I do.
Straight
And
whiskey.
He asked you whether that indicated there was communication between Mr. Richins as well as Mr. Grossman. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so let's go to 44. And on 44, how is one of the senders or the parties identified as?
On 44,
Yes.
we have Mr. Grossman.
Perfect.
Yes.
And then let's go to 45, and how is one of the parties identified as?
My princess.
And then above that, where it says under party first.
Wait, whose phone is, who's referring to who as my princess? I'm going to need you to clarify who's calling who my princess.
And let's go to 45, and how is one of the parties identified as?
This is so hard when we don't have the binder. Who?
And then above that,
Who is my
where it
princess?
says under party first number 1, it says from, and then it has owner.
Yes, 9317 is Mr. Richins' number.
So that is not Mr. Grossman.
Correct.
Okay. So just to clarify, going back to Mr. Hill's questions, your testimony that what was included in Exhibit 45 was Mr. Grossman, that was incorrect.
Yes, I was mistaken.
Okay.
It sounds like that might have been Eric
You indicated
Richins'
that,
phone.
You were asked about the usage on the phone, about whether it was, you indicated it was normal tracking for that device. Do you recall that? And Mr. Richins' phone, just now.
About normal usage. Sorry, yes, I do remember that. Yes.
Phone calls,
Yes.
text messages.
Yes.
Interestingly, you said normal tracking for that device. I suspect you mean for that person.
They can be one and the same, yes.
The device doesn't do anything by itself.
Right, it has to be manipulated.
Correct.
Activated, yes.
So when you say normal tracking for that device,
Yes.
you mean normal usage by the person who that device belonged to.
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
You have no way of knowing.
I mean, the phone's not, yet sentient. So, yes, the normal pattern of behavior on my phone is very different than the normal pattern of behavior on my teen's phone or on Dr. B's phone. Do we all have iPhones? Yes. Is the normal pattern of behavior determined by user? Yes. This is very much a trial line of questioning for prelim. The judge is like, I know. I do like this attorney's style, though, and I think when we get to trial, he will be very interesting to and easy to listen to because he seems to be very clear, but we are very much not there. It's a preliminary hearing. We don't need any of that.
Really what the normal usage is. Unless you review everything. Correct?
To the number, no.
Okay.
Perfect. You indicated that when responding to deletions on Ms. Richins' phone, you indicated that it was from everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much, yes.
Was there a time frame for that?
Yes.
And what was that?
January through March. About March 10th or so.
And that was for which phone?
That was for the 1987 number.
Perfect.
The fact that he's not calling it
Testified about
1987
attending a
is
self-service
an exercise of
operator
restraint.
course?
Yes.
When was that?
2017.
Have you been recertified since then?
I have not.
He's talking about his Celebrite certification from
A
2017.
Celebrite physical analyzer course as well?
Yes.
And when was that?
The same time, 2017.
Then a 40-hour cell phone analysis and mapping course.
Yes.
That one was not through Celebrite, that was through Zetex
You
and
didn't
Trax.
object
Is that
when
what
he
it
was offered as an
ZedX is the
expert.
company.
Correct.
Trax is the program. Yes.
Thank you. And so separate from Celebrite, but when was that?
You didn't object,
The initial
though.
was, I believe, in 2013, and the subject matter expert class was in 2007, 2017.
And have you been recertified in that?
No.
The Trax technology, I gathered from the testimony, that's related to mapping?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you used here?
Yes.
Now, you were retained by the Summit County Attorney's Office, is that correct?
Correct.
Because he retired and now he is
Were you hired by anybody else?
consultant.
No.
Well, in this case.
And it was specifically to evaluate the digital evidence in this case,
Yes.
to analyze it,
Yes.
specifically phone extractions
Yes.
I wonder if
Of
their
Eric
agency
Richins?
doesn't have someone to do it.
Correct.
of Kouri Richins,
Yes.
of Carmen Lawver,
Yes.
others.
Yes.
And to be clear, you didn't perform the extractions.
Correct.
Who performed Kouri's on any of her phones?
I believe the RCFL did those.
Who at RCFL?
I don't know that.
Who did the extraction on Eric's phone?
I don't know.
He's like, I just get the
Who did
extraction.
the extraction on Carmen's phone?
I just analyze what I'm
I
given.
don't know.
What about the other phones?
I don't know. The examiner's name is in each report, but I don't know them offhand.
So you didn't perform the extractions. You weren't present when they were done.
This is all trial
Correct.
questioning, truly.
In fact, I think, if my timeline's correct, you were hired after the extractions were done.
Yes, for most of them, yeah.
Deborah, this is a good question.
So-
I'm going to hold on to that.
You don't have the benefit of having observed the extraction examiner do the extraction
Correct.
I mean,
or
the
validate the
extraction,
results of the
the
extraction.
extraction will tell you if it's
Through
wonky.
the examiner, no.
That's kind of what the
And
software
you don't have the
does.
privilege of observing the extraction examiner perform manual decoding methods
Correct.
or manual decoding methods in the hexadecimal code.
Correct.
We are going to talk about so
You
much
didn't
in this
confirm
trial.
whether the examiner,
We're gonna talk
extraction
about head
examiner
codes.
validated their extraction tools.
No.
Let's talk about the Celebrite extraction process.
Okay.
We're going to go from the device to the data.
Okay.
Okay?
I like this
That-
dude is very familiar with this. He
I'd
probably
like to be
does
so
this
visual.
for every case at his office. It's really nice to have attorneys that specialize in one thing because then they just know that thing instead of having to learn it every trial. He's
So, this is a target device.
Correct.
Let's assume this is a target device.
we don't want to
Let's hope it's
target
not a target device for my safety.
we don't want to target your device, sir. That's exactly what the other defense attorneys were complaining about. But I do appreciate the we really hope it's not a target device as he's holding his own cell phone. I like this attorney.
This is a target device. We're going to say that this right here is UFED. Okay? So that is the Universal Forensic Extraction Device, correct?
Yes.
That's what it stands for?
Yes, you've heard it. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to make an objection to this point as to relevance.
Yep, this is all for trial.
This is necessary.
Oh, let him cook. I enjoy this dude, counsel. Counsel's right. Counsel's just like, Your Honor, I would like to remind the attorney that though we are before the court of public opinion, we are not at trial, and none of this is really relevant because the court doesn't need all this information. But I like this dude's style, and I think a jury is really going to like the way he breaks this down on cross-examination. We just don't need it right now. But I'm here for it.
To a probable cause standard.
I'm not sure where we're headed, so I'm going to give Mr. Ramos a little latitude here until I know where we're headed.
Thank you.
The judge is like, I'll give him a minute. Let's just give it a minute. We got time. He's got a
This is
great
your bed.
tie.
Okay.
We got a target device.
You're going to plug this into this, and then what it's going to do is it's going to spit out something.
Yes.
Correct?
Sir, if you start talking about spitting with this judge, the chat is going to lose their shit. So I'm gonna need you to just talk about reports as reports, and maybe not like a full Hawktua situation. Okay?
Yes.
I mean, it's not the technical term, but... So, once we have that, it's in a raw format.
Correct.
Sir!
Now, you have been given, when you were brought on, the output, what it spit out,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony, both at the detention hearing and here, is based on this, on the spit out version.
Correct.
Okay.
He's like,
You have not received the raw data.
There is raw data available, but
Correct.
no.
Correct.
Yes.
There is raw data available.
Alice,
You
they're
have
in
not
Utah,
received-
so
Correct. You have not analyzed it.
Mountain Standard
Correct.
Time.
You have not cross-referenced it with what you were given.
Correct.
He interpreted the report. He did not cross-reference the raw dog and the spitting. Sorry, that's not what he meant.
Now,
He interpreted the results. He did not do a full deep dive forensic evaluation. He read the Celebrate report and said the Celebrate report said this. It's fine. That's all we need. Yeah, Mountain Daylight Time. Yes, Charlene, thank you. Mountain Time. I'm just going to go with Mountain Time because I will always fuck up
when
MDT
you
and MST.
state that information was
Thank you.
deleted,
Daylight Time.
it doesn't tell you in what you've been given how that happened,
Correct.
why that happened,
Correct.
where it happened.
Sorry,
Also
chat.
The raw data could potentially hold that.
He could object again. Sir, this is going to be great at trial. The judge doesn't need any of this
Now-
information for the prelim.
You use Celebrate, these extraction tools, you rely on them to provide you this information.
Wait, do we change
so that
time
you
next
can then
week?
assist,
I'm not prepared.
in this case, the Summit County Attorney's Office, with their case, correct?
Correct.
With meeting probable cause standards.
Correct.
In terms of location of individuals,
Yes.
such as Ms. Locke.
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I only have what you've been given as well. So I'm relying on the
Thank you, Tricia.
information that has been spit out, but not on the raw data, just so we're clear.
I can't. I'm 12. He said spit out on the raw data. I literally can't.
I want to talk to you about your validation process. Validation of data.
I need to be validated at the moment. Can we validate me?
Or having been, rather, certified, you know the importance of being able to validate the data that you review.
Yes.
One of those methods is possibly to use it with the, or compare it to the raw data. That's one method.
I'm trying to be an adult.
Another way is perhaps to use the cell data location from
This is
call
all
detail.
for trial. None of this is needed for a,
Yes.
In
for
terms
a
of location.
Yes.
prelim.
Now,
Sure.
when you use the software, that was a form of validating, sorry, I apologize, what did you call it? The TRAX technology, that TRAX software.
Yes.
That's a way of validating whether the information that you received is accurate.
Correct.
He's
You
going to
talked
present well to a
about-
jury.
The cell towers.
Yes.
Now this program, we're going back to spitting, does it spit out something for you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you provided that to the Summit County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
You
Talking
know
about
what
the
you did. Stop
mapping?
it.
Yes.
Stop it. Sir, You know exactly. We're doing it again. You know exactly what you did there.
The tracks technology, that tracks software,
Yes.
that's a way of validating whether the information that you received is accurate.
Correct.
You talked about the cell towers.
Yes.
Now this program, we're going back to spitting, does it spit out something for you?
It does.
Okay. Now, have you provided that to the Summit County Attorney's Office?
Yes. You're talking about the mapping.
Mapping?
What did it spit out for you, sir?
And is that...
God.
are those
Did you validate it
towers
before or
that you
after it spit
referenced
out for you?
earlier, are they sectorized or omnidirectional?
Their sector.
And now we've gotten back to the
When you use
sectored
that program,
cell phone towers, not omnidirectional cell
Were
phone
you
towers.
aware at that point
I
that
love-
that software...
He's going to have a good demeanor in front of the jury, where he's like, "Well, if we're doing this, I mean, I'm here for the shtick. I'm not mad."
had been found to be unreliable in courts?
We're talking about cell phone towers.
Not been aware of that. But you haven't been certified since 2017.
I've been certified since 2017, but I have not. There was no need for a recert on that course. It's a learning, and it's a continuing education.
What software version did you use
So he does
on
continuing education.
for the tracks software?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
When you did it, was it the most up to date?
And again,
Yes, as far as I know.
these are questions for trial. Do you see when he has a good cross demeanor for trial for tech, particularly? He was like, well, haven't cell phone location data found to be unreliable? He's like, not to my knowledge. He's like, oh, you didn't know that cell phone data was unreliable? Even if this attorney's wrong, the way he asked the question is like, oh, you don't know that, do you? And it can, look, his job is to make a jury down the road doubt the cell phone data, which is going to be somewhat overwhelming. At preliminary hearing, the judge is like, IDK. Like, none of this is needed to meet, none of this is needed, and none of it's going to rebut the standard here. But for a jury, it's like, oh, sir, maybe you have a point. And they're going to listen to him because his demeanor is approachable. So you can actually sit and listen to what he's saying and be like, maybe he has a good point.
Had you updated it since 2017?
It's like, oh, you
Yes,
haven't
it's
updated. He's like, I've done
web-based,
continuing
so
education. He's like,
it's updated constantly.
I don't think that's good
You can
enough.
rely on the fact that if you're updating, say today, that it would be the most up-to-date software package.
And what about Celebrite itself, your Celebrite certification process?
Yes.
There are no requirements
Correct.
to recertify,
Correct.
but they do recommend that you recertify.
And then you.
This
Every
is
2
all
years.
irrelevant for now.
But you've not done that.
Correct.
Like, just irrelevant for now. Katie in the chat asked, will
Along
he
those
joke about
same
spitting in
lines,
front of the jury? Maybe not in Utah.
There is no
Maybe in Utah. I
state
don't
of
know.
Utah say standard
I've watched too much Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. I have not watched the new one that's coming out. But maybe.
for mobile forensic extractions.
Not that I'm aware of now.
There's no national one.
No.
There's no international one.
No. There will
Pretty
be
much
eventually,
whatever
but
Celebrite says.
there's not at the moment.
Well, they're one company.
Correct. So, to my point.
Yeah.
And
Did you review or were you given rather any mobile data sets from the individuals who performed the extractions on all these phones? Like sample data sets, controlled data sets?
they don't need it at all. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Not needed.
Are you familiar with external enrichment?
I'm not.
Or you had indicated rather, you were asked about the activity sensor of a Apple Watch.
Yes.
How did you determine between the detention hearing and now that it was in fact an Apple Watch?
Review of the download stated. Right, extracting out of
That was
a
odd.
connected device.
Now,
I'm having
are
flashbacks
you
to the Gwyneth
qualified
Paltrow
in
case
mobility metrics?
where everybody was
No.
coughing.
Do you know what mobility metrics are?
No.
Is that even a real thing? See, here's
You testified
where I
about
don't
the distance that was covered.
here's where I don't love the defense strategy. As I'm gonna pause and give you my thoughts before we continue on. Here's where I don't like the defense strategy here. Kouri Richins is going to be held to answer. This prelim is not going to throw anything to the wind. We saw so much information in the bond hearing. I think there was enough information in the bond hearing to hold her over on a preliminary hearing. But the defense is kind of tipping their hand a little bit in, do you know about this area? Do you know about that area? But there's a lot of time between now and trial. A trial date is not yet set. You're going to have 6 months plus before you get to trial. And the prosecution's going to be like, oh, you want an expert in mobility metrics? Okay, well, we'll bring in somebody who talks about it, and we will make sure our witnesses are prepped so that they say, actually, no, that's information that's handled by XYZ. So they're tipping their hand a little bit here in a way that they don't need to, unless they need to for their client. But this isn't really something that's super needed at this stage in the proceedings, and might give the prosecutor a little bit of a heads up of where you're going to go, where if they don't know, then their witnesses aren't as well prepped. And then at trial, it's more of a like, ooh, it's this. So I don't know. I don't know if that's...
On the morning of March 4th,
I don't know if I would give that much
by a
information.
connected device. And you were very specific on the number. Okay?
Yes, more or less.
But you don't know how that number was calculated.
Correct.
I don't know the internal calculation process of the devices. No.
He doesn't. He just knows
read
what
it.
the report spits out.
You read what was spit out.
Eh.
You don't have the data, the raw data, correct?
Correct.
So everything you've testified to
That's
is
not going to fly
basically
for
because
prelim.
you've read it.
Yeah.
Well, yes, and the extractions from the devices, but yes.
Correct. Just what was given to you.
Yes.
And at trial, they're going to have all of that information, sir. But for now, they don't need it.
Were there items that were deleted from Mr. Richins' phone?
From Mr. Richins' phone?
From Eric's?
Not that I'm aware of.
But it could be.
Could be.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Todd Gabler?
With? No.
Alongside?
Alongside and, quite frankly, against.
On this case?
No. Well, with, yes, on this case.
With on
yes.
this case. And has he provided information to you?
Yes.
Has any of that information been used in your testimony today?
No.
Remember, chat, we are behind in time in court, and the court
That's it, Judge.
is behind because the judge required a 1 hour delay. So court is probably done, but a 1 hour delay was required. So all of the feed is an hour delayed from court. So we're going to be here a bit.
Ms. Nestor, just push the button.
Thank you.
We've got a bit. I'm going to zoom as much as I can. If we need to 1.25 everybody talking, we will. He's got 1 or 2 more questions after
Just a couple more to go.
after consulting with counsel.
Has the Richins family ever hired you?
No.
The answer was no.
Have they ever paid you?
No.
This is getting into civil stuff.
I did sound quieter.
It did sound like
What?
Let's just check for a second, folks.
Sounded like my conscience was speaking.
In fact, my mic is muted. Britt, you broke it.
Somebody spoke, and the attorney's like, it sounded like my conscience was speaking. What is happening? There must have been feedback or something.
Why would we need something that's going overhead?
So,
I think, well, the things going overhead are muted, so.
A lot of things go over my head.
There we go.
Oh, there we are.
and the attorney again took a chance to say a lot of things go over my head. He's just joking with this judge.
Have they ever paid you?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, it does seem like a mic got turned off or on.
What was provided to you by Todd Gable?
He didn't say
Off the
anything
top
to
of my
us.
head, mostly tolls.
Tolls?
Yeah.
What?
No. Call tolls, toll records from the Verizon toll records.
So, did a person provide you a thing? Yes, Verizon toll
Mr. Hill,
records.
you read it?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Mr. Ramos asked you about any deletions that you observed
We're on redirect.
from Eric Richins' phone, and you had previously testified that a picture that he sent on the 14th was deleted. Is that
Oh,
right?
yes, that's correct, yeah.
How could you tell that that was deleted?
Well, it's not present any longer. It shows a file path that it used to exist, but the
It shows a
image
file
itself
path,
is
but
not
the
there.
image itself is gone. Right.
And so to follow that, when he asked you if there's anything else that's deleted, did you see anything similar to that picture or any remnants on that phone or relics that showed deletion the same way that photo did?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you. That's the only question I have.
Okay.
Mr. Ramos, anything on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Can we let this gentleman step down? Mr. Hill, yes. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
All right. State's witness number 2 is done. State, your next
Your Honor,
witness.
can I suggest, please, a brief recess? Mr. Burmister's going to set up the computer
Okay,
in about an hour.
no problem. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Who's testifying after the recess?
Your Honor, Ms. Karrington, Brooke Karrington.
Okay, she's present.
She is.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
All right. While the court
Court's
takes a
recess, thank you.
5-minute recess, we are going to take 5 minutes to Zoom until the next witness is on the stand, because we don't want to be here for 100 years. So as this witness is called to the stand, we're going to catch her name. All right, next witness.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Brooke Karrington, Karrington.
Ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
Brooke Karrington for the
I'm
state.
a forensic accountant.
Did you
She-
work for a
Okay, she testified at the bond hearing about all the money that was traveling and talked about the potential fraud charges. So for those of you just joining, do the YouTube things, like, subscribe, yada, yada. But remember, Kouri Richins is charged with aggravated murder, attempted murder of the same victim, her husband. She is charged with a number of narcotics offenses, mortgage fraud, false and fraudulent insurance claims, and forgery. So as we get into the forensic accountant, we're getting into the money. And this forensic accountant might also have details, because we saw that come up in the bond hearing, might also have details about what was owned by the victim, what was owned by the defendant. But this got into the why, or at least what the state believes is the why of it all, and laying out all of the monetary stuff behind the scenes as we get into this. So let's continue.
firm or have a firm?
I have a firm, KF Squared.
And how long have you practiced in this field?
Over 30 years.
Now, did you testify as an expert in
And I had another question, and I scooted through it, but Natsuki said charged with attempted murder and murder. Yes, different dates. She was charged with attempted murder from February 14th, 2022, and then the murder on March 3rd, 2022. I covered it when we went back through all of the elevated charges, but The attempted murder, we will hear more about, I think, as we get into it. The victim had gotten sick. The state believes that his sandwich on Valentine's Day was laced with fentanyl. It didn't end up being fatal, but his reaction to it indicated that he had had a very bad and potentially lethal reaction, but got to the hospital. And then that was in one of the more recent probable causes that we went through, and then the murder on March 3rd. So two different things. Okra asked, do I think Kouri is guilty or not guilty? I don't have an opinion on guilt. We are not anywhere near a trial. I think the state has shown enough evidence to hold her to answer on the things she has been charged with. And I think that we saw that in the detention hearing, and we're going to see mostly the same information here. And I think she will get held to answer at this preliminary hearing. Let's continue.
In this case at the detention hearing in June of last year.
Yes, I did.
What sort of documents did you review, if any?
And yes, we have heard a lot of this at the detention hearing, and we're hearing it again at the prelim, different purposes.
Financial documents that include bank account statements, real property documents.
I don't think they needed to bring this in.
Like trust deeds, warranties.
No, they probably did. I don't know if law enforcement can testify to
reviewed
this.
loan documents, which includes promissory notes, the applications, the documents that memorialize the terms.
So they need the forensic accountant for the mortgage fraud, fraudulent insurance claim, and forgery counts.
Policy documents.
So that's what this is all for. I'm going to speed this up a little and see if that helps us at 1.25. A, we've heard a lot of this before. B, it's going to be going over records. It should be pretty clear. So let's see if that helps us move through a little bit quicker.
There's also a large body of email communication associated with different loan applications and insurance applications.
So, to be clear, that would be things like maybe someone submits an application and then there's some follow-up communication between a lender and a borrower?
That's correct.
What bank accounts did you look at? I'm sorry. What banks or credit unions?
And we have a whole playlist on the channel for this case if you want to go look
Primarily,
at it.
there are a number of them, but primarily America First Credit Union, PenFed Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, UCCU, which I believe is Utah Community Credit Union.
Okay, so let's look at the bank accounts from AFCU, from America First. Were there a number of...
I expect this testimony to be very clear. That's why I sped it up. It's going to be very linear.
Let's talk about, were there some associated with their children?
Yes.
Okay. Leaving those to the side. See, that's why I don't have water next to me.
We've had a new prosecutor for every single witness. It is so confusing.
Let's look at the adults. What accounts, and let's refer to them to the last four digits of those accounts. What ones did you look at?
Primarily, the K. Richins Realty account, which is 5677.
You sure it's 5677?
If you're asking that question, it's probably not.
They're joint, Eric and Karrington.
If the prosecutor's like, are you sure? The answer is probably, I inverted something.
Mr. Richins and Ms. Richins had a joint account 2204. Ms. Richins had a personal account, which is 5244. And then the C&E Masonry account, which is 7664.
C&E is the victim's business account. It's going to come up in the forgery counts.
6577, K. Richins Realty. Did Eric Richins have access to that account that you can see?
Not that I'm aware of. He was not a signer, and I don't see any transactions that indicate that he would have accessed that.
Can you generally conceptualize how 2204, that joint account, was used?
That appeared to be the...
We have a joint account, and I hope they just keep calling these by name and not by number. The fact that she remembered all those numbers is expert level expert, because it is the fuck memory test. But most judges would say, yes, if you need to refer to your notes for the account numbers, you can do that. She didn't, because expert of expert. We're talking about a joint account. We are talking about a Kouri Richins defendant personal account a Eric Richins business account for the masonry company and a Kouri Richins business account at one of the banks. There are numerous banks, but we're going through these together. And it still said us hearing personal information. These are the last 4 digits of those account numbers. These accounts are all closed at this point. So it's not going to be disclosing anything that's going to be a problem. And in all the filings, they've redacted out the full account numbers, but they have to identify the last 4.
Account where typical household expenses were paid. The mortgage on the house.
And that's the joint account.
Credit card payments, the kids' expenses, insurance payments, various things associated with the family.
Purchases at the grocery store.
Things like that, yes.
Are you, through this work you've done for the county, and let me ask this question. Were you originally hired by the estate or someone else before being hired by the county?
Yes, it was.
Who hired you?
I was brought into the case to work on behalf of the estate of Eric Richins. And so I worked on that case, but then when I was hired by Summit County, I ceased my engagement with her.
So in part of your work, did you ever become familiar with a premarital agreement?
Yes.
I'd like to refer
We're going to talk about the
your
prenup?
attention to docket number 106.
I know a whole lot about the prenup. We've covered this prenup a couple times, and I went through. Emily, did you pull all the civil lawsuits and get into the estate lawsuit so you could also read the prenuptial agreement? Yes, I did. We covered it. It's on the playlist. So they're going to get into the prenup. Things that Kouri Richins knew about the prenup, we know she knew because of text messages that included the fact that if they got divorced, she did not get any part of her husband's business. And the house was still in his name. So there were a lot of things that she would not benefit from unless he died while they were still married. That is a large part of the prenup. Let's continue. Akko Taco, I don't know what time we're starting tomorrow yet until we're done with court today. But I will keep you posted in the app because there will be an hour delay from whenever court starts, and then I'll be a little delayed on that.
Did you examine this document?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
This is the premarital agreement
This is the
between
prenup?
Mr. Richins and Ms. Richins.
And I'd like to further direct your attention to section 2 of that document.
That's what they're going directly for.
Okay.
In section 2, is there something relevant to today's inquiry?
Yes.
Yes, this section states that the business C&D Masonry would retain its character as separate property belonging to the husband.
Even if funds were commingled,
That's correct.
personal and professional? But was there an exception to that?
Yes.
If he died.
If the husband should die prior to the wife, then his interest would transfer to her.
The reason they say his interest will transfer to her is because he owned this business with a business partner. In business partner dealings, you will often see inclusions or exclusions for who will take over ownership of the business if somebody dies, because business partners don't always want a spouse to take it, because you might like the spouse today, but you might not like that same spouse or a different spouse 20 years from now. So he owned his business 50-50 with business partner. Kouri Richins did not get any part of that business unless Eric Richins died while they were married. And if he died while they were married, she got his interest in the business, which is 50% of the business, but it's his 100% interest. Hopefully that makes sense.
So what was Kay Richins' realty?
That is Ms. Richins' business, primarily in the real estate business.
Did she have other businesses that you're aware of?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that business was formed?
Yes. In April of 2019.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 19, please.
So they're going to look at some of her businesses. She had a couple different business names.
What is that?
This is the Certificate of Organization of K. Richins Realty, LLC.
This is her articles of incorporation.
It does on... Yes, it does.
What is the date?
April 26, 2019.
And does it also give an address for this business?
Yes, it does.
Her
What is that
businesses are
address?
coming up because of the
282
forgery
Willow Court in
counts.
Camas, Utah.
Okay, is that in Summit County? Did you visit your home?
It is in Summit County, yes.
Oh, jurisdiction. The white balance on my camera got
Generally
off. I had to
speaking,
turn my
how
light up.
does this type of business work that Ms. Richins was?
She it appears to me that she was a licensed real estate agent, so she did represent buyers and sellers, but primarily she was involved in fixing and flipping homes.
So she would buy it, fix it, then sell it? Is that what would
That's
happen?
correct, yes.
Then sell it would be helpful, but it seemed like that wasn't maybe happening
This
as much.
began then in 2019?
That's right.
Were there other purchases or transactions?
Oof. Starting a house flipping company in 2019 might explain some of where getting a little underwater is tough, but her husband also had a stonemasonry business. I think it was probably a lot of a thought, like, you've got all the connections in, construction that we need. Housing is booming here. We can flip houses, and together, both of our businesses can work hand in hand, which would have been great if everyone worked well together, which it doesn't seem that Kouri wanted to do.
Predate 2019?
Yes,
And where did those take place?
those were in South Carolina.
So the market in 2019...
Why is it always South Carolina?
Do you have any idea what the market was like, the real estate market was like in 2019?
Better
Yes,
than it was
robust.
in 2020.
Properties could come up for sale and be gone within a matter of days?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
And what were the interest rates like? Conventional loan interest rates?
Delightful.
versus savings?
Fairly low. They were still very, very low at that time.
Rough neighborhood average?
Well, depending on your loan, but 2 to 4 or 5%.
Right. Oh,
Safe to say that's
2019.
no different today.
Safe to say, yes.
So in that business, it would seem to me that you would need to be able to act quickly to obtain properties before they're suddenly off the market.
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
So how do the practitioners of that this type of business
Are you
work?
asking the
Seem
forensic
be
accountant to
some
explain how
capital.
flipping houses works?
That's correct.
And what are the possible sources for capital?
A business in that field could have its own capital. It could borrow from financial institutions. They could borrow from friends or whatever, hard money lenders, or have investors.
Okay. So what do you mean by hard money lenders?
Hard money lenders are
My money
well,
don't.
soft money
jiggle,
lenders would be
jiggle.
like traditional
It
financial
folds.
institutions where it's a conventional loan, there's a conventional loan application process, due diligence by that financial institution, or and
What's
they're
this Palmetto State
regulated
Bank?
by state and federal agencies. And then hard money loans are called that colloquially because they have more strict terms, they're harder terms, usually a higher interest rate, very definite zero tolerance default clause usually.
Okay, so I guess the advantage of a conventional loan would be lower interest rate. The disadvantage would be response time, just the due diligence required.
That would be, yes.
The others are more responsive in time, but have these more draconian clauses.
Yes.
Right, they don't want to lose their investment. The banks will get theirs.
Prior to the April 26, 2019 date, was there something else that you found that was important for our inquiry today?
Yes.
What was that?
The home equity line of credit that was taken out on the
Residential?
On the family home, the marital home.
the home on Willow Court, where the family lived. Yes.
Do you know whose name that? First of all, was there a mortgage on that home?
Yes.
And a home
Do you know,
equity.
Whose name was on that mortgage?
The home was owned by Eric Richins, and the home equity loan that was taken out was also in the name of Eric Richins.
Could you give us a very brief description of what a home equity loan is?
It's a line of credit typically that is established. There's a loan application process. There's a line of credit that's established that someone could tap into their equity that they already own. So
So you could make...
The HELOC and the mortgage were in
whatever
Eric's
you
name,
wanted
it
to
sounds
do.
like.
A person could tap into it for any number of reasons.
In this case, there was...
He owned the house
home equity
before the
line
marriage, and the
for how
home
much?
was his separate property.
And when was that?
That was in March 2019.
And so does this in effect, is it secured by the home itself?
It is, yes.
So this is essentially the second mortgage.
Your Honor, I know this is an expert, but we're doing a lot of meetings, so I would just object and ask if we could maybe let the expert be the expert here and object.
I think it's just laying foundation and so.
So the objection's leading, it's a prelim. Your Honor, there's a lot of leading. Ma'am,
Do you know if this was...
It's a
there
prelim.
was any...
It's a foundational. There's a $250,000
In order to obtain...
home equity loan on the home.
In order to obtain this loan, a home equity line credit, on a home owned by Eric Richins, how does that happen?
There's a loan application process, and in this instance, it was signed by Ms. Richins, referencing a power of attorney.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit 123, States Exhibit 124.
And at prelim, you are allowed to scoot through
Talking about
things with
dockets?
foundational questions a little bit more directly, especially with experts. The goal is to move it.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Why are we just focusing on the court reporter? What in the choices are we making?
Signed by the reported author of it, I guess?
That's an
Yes.
odd choice.
So what's the difference in the data?
Docket 123 is signed.
I will say court reporting is fascinating, and I love how they do shorthand. It's just an odd choice of where the camera is pointed at the moment.
And dated 5/8/13, and docket 124 is signed, dated 5/8/18.
I will say, here's a note. The court has a whole lot of rules, including not to show the deputies and the court staff. So I don't know if somebody moved by the camera and the camera was trying to pan out of the way of someone, because the court's media order in this case is extensive. So
During your investigation and
they could have just gone to the
examination,
seal, I guess.
are you aware of whether those docket number 123 and 124 came under suspicion?
They were.
I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit. or
Now we're going to start getting
document
into
127.
the mortgage fraud
I do
slash
have a
forgery.
127. I do not have a 127. Right, never mind. It's just in different order.
Yes,
Sorry.
it's out of order. That is
That's okay.
totally my fault.
Are you kidding me? You do not give the accountant documents that are not in order. Stop. The accountant's like, I don't have that. And he's like, it's out of order. She's like, it's out of order? No.
You know what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the expert report by Matt Throckmorton.
And those he examined 3 question documents, is that right?
That's right.
And 123 and 124, are they any of those question documents?
Those are 2 of the 3.
I'd like you to take a look at now.
And by the way, we are in 1.25 speed. I just felt I needed to point that out. Zoe said as a paralegal, binders out of order is a problem for me. It would be a problem for me too. And Shane and a lot of the chat is saying, no, you're out of order. But also, like, stop. You're going to freeze everybody's brain if the things aren't in numerical order, including mine. But while they're fucking around and finding out where their documents are, I'm going to zoom.
Mark them as States Exhibit 70.
Great.
Report. I'm going to approach the witness.
Of course.
I'm not sure she has States Exhibit 70.
Go ahead.
There are multiple counts of mortgage fraud and forgery in this case. We have covered that in some of our documents.
The title.
That's
of
what
that
they are looking
document
for.
record, number 70.
This is the Willow Court Loan Advances and Payments.
Okay. When is the first withdrawn that home equity line of credit?
It's March 26, 2019 for $60,000.
When is the next withdrawal?
August 5th, 2019.
could you describe the next couple of withdrawals on that?
Following that $2,100 in August, there are a series of withdrawals for the next few months.
In August, is there more than one or just the one?
There are several.
Does that strike you as important for today's?
Yes.
Purposes? Would you explain to the court what you draw from that?
Beginning in August of 2019, this is around this time is the first property that Ms. Richins purchased after obtaining her business license. It's a home in Heber City. As far as I know, that was her first home in Utah that she flipped.
We have State's Exhibit 71.
Mr. Crist, are you offering State 70?
Yes, yes, I will be offering State 70 and 71 as summary charts.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, any objection?
No, sir.
Okay. 70 and 71 are admitted.
That includes summary charts. Those are going to be for the court.
The title of 71.
Encumbrance and real property chronology trust deed summary.
So what, does that help you state for the record what that first transaction was, and where?
Yes. It's the 550 house. The first warranty deed involving Kouri Richins Realty was August 1st of 2019.
Now, I'd like to portray that in another way. Did you prepare a timeline bar chart?
Yes.
Does it take much the same information?
Just let her give the summary.
Different format, yes.
Would that be helpful conveying your testimony?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 69, and we're just going to go for the first chart, which is the timeline.
Ms. Nestor, any objection?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 69 is admitted.
That's the whole PowerPoint? I'm sorry.
It is, but I've only laid foundation for the very first
Got
one.
it.
Is that the bar chart you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so, can you just explain to the judge how this chart works?
Sure. I think you've seen this before. The colors don't mean anything. They're just to distinguish one line from another. I just got the years along the top and the months, and then going down the different properties just as some sort of an illustration to depict when properties were held at any particular time.
And then within each bar is the address of the property purchase?
Right, and so if you wanted to know what was held in June of 2021, you could draw a vertical line to see which properties were owned at that time.
Okay.
So this is a summary of what Kouri's.
2019 by Kouri Richins.
This is a summary. It's going to be a summary of what Kouri's business was doing, then what Eric's business was doing. Some of the forgeries are Kouri using Eric's business accounts to look as if they're hers to get loans for homes that she was flipping, and then money coming out of the HELOC and being withdrawn out of the HELOC.
Is there one that stands out to you?
In 2020?
Yes.
Not particular. Well, the Franson Lane one toward the end of 2020, in October of 2020, the Franson Lane property in Oakland.
I see. Let's drill down into the Franson Lane. You said, when was that?
It was acquired in October of 2020.
Is it different from the previous 5, I guess, counting 2019?
Yes.
In what ways was it different?
It was a more robust project, more ambitious project in amount.
A more expensive
I think she
flip.
acquired it for $1.3 million, and the others had been somewhere in the neighborhood of like $300,000 or $500,000.
Did she?
That's a big change when you go from flipping a $300,000 house to flipping a $1.3 million house. That is a substantial difference in projects, I would say.
Outside money?
Yes.
To make this investment?
Yes.
What sort of investors?
They were hard money lenders.
Do you know who they were?
Yes.
Who are they?
Sierra West Capital was the primary lender, which is this, as is the case on several of her properties. And then there were other investors who contributed the funds basically for the rehab.
And then the defaulting on the loans starts to build very quickly.
Was there something else different in this application that you garnered from all the financial records?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
That's a good
That's the way
question.
I roll. Okay. Was there something else?
The attorney, by the way, she said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. And he said, that's the way I roll. Sir, you don't want it to be the way you roll, though. Be clear.
That you found in reviewing all of the documents, not just the low documents, that distinguished this purchase as opposed to the ones that have gone off the record? Involving, or how about this? Do you know if C&E was involved in this project?
C&E was involved in this project.
Okay.
So her husband's company was involved in this $1.3 million flip.
After the acquisition of the Oakley property, the Franzen Lane property, C&E, there are several checks from C&E that were deposited to the K. Richins Realty account. And they specifically have a memo on them that tie them to this property. And so over the next, between October and when this property was sold in March of 21, there are a series of checks. I think there are 6 or 8 checks that are about $133,000, I think.
So several checks over $100,000 from
Yes, it was.
his company to
In
her
March
company.
2021.
What happened to the proceeds from that sale?
This was a property where the net proceeds were about $466,000, which came into the K. Richins Realty account, that 6577 account. And then from that, $217,000 was paid directly to C&E. And then there were some other payments, transfers out from the account that were associated with this property as well, and left her with about, around $200,000 in net proceeds.
So bought the house for $1.3 million, put work into it with her husband's company and others, turned around and sold it, netted about $400,000, paid back the monies that were owed on that $1.3 million property, and then netted about $200,000 at the end of that. So her company's left with about $200,000 after that flip and after expenses.
In your examining of all the evidence in this case, were there other things that you looked at to inform your examination that took place in October of 2020?
There were other things in October of 2020, yes.
Did you take a look at State Exhibit 22?
So we are in October of 2021. Remember, the texting with the paramour started in November 2021. Eric Richins was killed on March 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Could you explain what it is?
This is an intake form from a divorce attorney describing that Eric Richins was wanting to consult with his attorney on a potential divorce, and it's dated October 8th of 2020.
October 8th of 2020. We have heard in a lot of cases rumblings about consultations with divorce attorneys. I think this is the first case where we've actually seen documentation that there might have been consultation with a divorce attorney, and this is October 2020 that he was consulting with a divorce attorney.
In the wake of that, are you aware of any other instruments that were created out of that?
Yes, there are the notes that the attorney appeared to have handwritten during the course of that first meeting.
Were there financial?
This is going to be more
arrangements
substantial
made after that
soon.
meeting that you're aware of?
Yes, the notes indicate that there was some new information by Mr. Richins that there was the HELOC had been taken out on the home, that as if this was new. And then from this, he set up the Eric Richins Living Trust and also a will.
When they say that the HELOC was taken out and this was new, the HELOC was taken out in Eric Richins' name, but Eric Richins chatted with the divorce attorney about not knowing what that was and not having taken that loan out on the house. The house is entirely his separate property. It's in his name. The insinuation here is that he did not take out that loan for over $200,000 in the HELOC, $250,000 secured by the home that he did not take that loan out, that she took that home equity line of credit out. So then we get into the fact that Eric made the Eric Richins Living Trust. Kouri Richins didn't know about this until after Eric Richins passed, what ended up with Kouri getting into a physical confrontation with Eric's sister shortly after his death, which ended up in a physical altercation with Kouri Richins and Eric's sister-in-law. So this is kind of that chain of events from October 2020 where he moves his property into a living trust. So if something happens to him, it does not go to Kouri, which is probably setting up the way that he might be able to either try to work on this marriage or eventually pull himself out of this marriage, which for parents with children, divorcing with children can be incredibly difficult. So let's continue on and see what she has to say about all that.
Something dramatically different about the trust situation is
before.
We always like to
Richins
learn,
was
Leanne.
not the beneficiary of his estate. It was to be for his children, and the trustee was going to be his sister, Katie.
Yep, that's the living trust. She's not the beneficiary. She didn't know.
So I'd like to.
Kouri didn't know. Kouri didn't know. Kouri didn't know. Don't tell Kouri. That means everything in Eric's estate went to his kids with his sister as the one in charge of it. And Kouri found out after Eric died.
Which would be the HELOC loan balance will go. By August.
Can you
of
imagine a
2020,
jury
what was the
hearing
balance?
this for the first time?
August of 2020, $246,931.
Is there a significant, well, up until that point, how, was there money being paid on that debt?
Yes, they were the interest-only payments. The minimum payments were about $900, $1,000, something like that, that were made every month.
Did something different happen in October of 2020?
Yes.
What happened?
There's really the first significant payment, and it's $50,000 on October 12th.
So
Do
after,
you know where it went?
so the $1.2 million home gets flipped. Kouri's company takes $400,000 before all of the payments that are owed. And right after that is flipped, there's a substantial payment towards the home equity line of credit that through this information, Eric was unaware of, which goes back to tie in even more that Kouri Richins was the one paying that home equity line of credit because she had just taken in a substantial sum and was now paying it. Why was she paying it? Well, she owed it. She didn't want him to find out, whatever it may be, but it shows that she's the one in charge of that HELOC that is alleged to be forged. I think she's still angry.
Source of that money was?
Yes, Ms. Richins had sold the Cleveland Avenue house in Salt Lake, and from that she received net proceeds of about $63,000. There was a transfer, and then this $50,000 was sourced from that.
A different house, same time period.
Bringing the balance to approximately what?
$196,000.
Do you know whether in October she was in a financial position to just pay that $196,000 off?
She was not.
Let's go into 2021. I guess we still got it. The timeline
So,
up.
all the
Direct
financial
your attention
tea.
to Timeline. Could you describe for the record
The financial
some of
situation
what
in 2021.
purchases, et cetera, took place in 2021?
Yes. So she acquired a property in Heber City before she got the proceeds from Branson Lane. And then after that, she acquired a number of properties throughout the summer especially, and then ending the year acquiring 3 on the same day in November. And I think there may be another property that she was working on that I don't have on here, but all in all, she had about 15 properties in 2021.
Woo, that's a lot of properties to be flipping.
did she go to the same lenders for all of these 15 properties?
No, there is some consistency in the lenders, but she did diversify a little bit.
Can you tell the court some of the lenders that you found that she used?
So she primarily used the Sierra West, and that's pretty consistent through here. And
It's a lot of properties.
Those investors who would have been taking second, third, or fourth position were pretty consistent as well.
Those are like Cockerhands?
Cockerhands, Ellis, Soto, Lieb. There's a number of them. And then she also went to a company called Ironbridge, a company called Boomerang. She did 4 projects with Boomerang.
So these are all the
let's,
different lenders she
let's
was
take-
working
when
with in
did
her
she-
home
when did she go
flipping
to
business.
Ironbridge and went to Boomerang.
Those were in the summer.
My white balance is fighting with me today.
2021.
And
Change my light colors.
Ironbridge, how would you describe what Ironbridge is and does?
They appear to be a hard money lender. The terms are somewhat more flexible than typical hard money lenders, but the interest rates on that loan, I believe is 13%. Was 13%.
And in 2021, is that high?
That would be high, yeah.
So, how did the application process
There we go.
When you found Ironbridge?
There is an original application that is submitted. It appears to be online. I don't know that for sure, but it appears to be online. And then there was a series of emails back and forth where the person analyzing the loan or underwriting the loan is asking her to submit some additional documentation.
Okay. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 58, please?
5-8.
Yes, 5-8, State's Exhibit.
So we've got about an hour left, y'all.
Is that what you were talking about? Some email?
A little
going
more than
back
an
and
hour
forth
left.
between
So
Ironbridge
hang in there.
Yes.
Okay. Is there something about a bank statement in there?
Yes. It asks for personal bank statements, the most recent.
Dolly said, oh my God, you're still live. Yes, we're doing the full prelim, the full today, now.
Based on your experience.
We've zoomed the breaks. We've zoomed the lunch. We're just
Why would they want to know that stuff?
doing it.
Typically, they call that proof of funds. They want to, they need to verify, in banking terms, it's KYC, know your customer. Every financial institution needs to know and
Yeah,
verify
exactly.
the individual and entities that they're dealing with.
Where's the money coming from to pay us the fuck
I'd like
back?
to take a look at State's Exhibit 59 if you like.
Banks want their money. They're going to get it one way or the other, but
What is State's Exhibit?
banks want their money.
This is a secured promissory note for what I call the 299 house in Heber with Ironbridge.
And first of all, this is Kouri Richins Realty purchasing this. Is that what it is?
That's right, and I misspoke. This is 10%. I had misstated the interest rate earlier.
And what is the amount that they're loaning?
$346,500.
When?
This is in July of 22.
20?
I'm sorry, July of 21. Sorry.
So we are now talking about the homes in
It's
2021.
signed July 7th, 2021.
Some
Now,
of the
did you
fraud
examine,
cases.
a
Oh
bank
no, the
statement
fraud stuff
from
is
Ironbridge purportedly given to them by the defendant?
in
I mean,
22.
from Ironbridge, meaning
It was obtained from Ironbridge, so but submitted to it that it used to.
it was
Oh.
part of the Ironbridge.
Nope. So when we look at the mortgage fraud counts, count 5 is from June 29th, 2021, count 6 from August 2nd, 2021, and then insurance fraud, January 29th, 2022, for 2 counts. And then the forgeries are in that same 2021 time period, June 29th and August 2nd, in connection with that mortgage fraud. And then the third for forgery is January 29th, 2022. So that's what they're getting into. The forgeries on Kouri not submitting her own bank statements. What the state has alleged, and we're going to get through this with this witness, but what the state has alleged is that Kouri cut and pasted, essentially, the bank records from Eric Richins' business account that had much more money in it, and then made it look like it was coming from the Kouri Richins Realty account. So she changed the identifiers at like the top of the bank statement and submitted that to the mortgage company saying, these are my business accounts, when really they were the business accounts for her husband's C&E masonry business. And that is what they alleged in the added counts. And we're getting into that period of time in 2021.
Loan information that we received, yes.
Okay. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 11, please?
So that's where we're at in the preliminary hearing, is the mortgage fraud, the insurance fraud,
This
and
is
the forgery
America First
fraud.
Credit Union bank account statement for May 31st, 2021 for Kouri Richins Realty, account number 6577.
And do you know where this was sourced from?
This was sourced from Iron Bridge, as indicated by the number on the top.
Okay. And how do you know it's K. Richins Realty?
The header on the bank account statement purports to be Kouri Richins Realty.
Purports to
And
be.
then in the body of that statement, does it give the amount in the bank account?
Yes.
What is that?
The summary of the accounts for the three accounts that are included in this bank account statement is $210,898.61. That's the ending balance.
So showing an ending balance of
So I'd like to direct your
$200,000
attention now to
is
State's
probably
Exhibit
helpful
12.
if you're trying to get a loan.
What's State's Exhibit 12?
This is the America First bank account statement for Kouri Richins Realty for that same month, May of 2021, for account 6577. This is the actual statement that we received from America First Credit Union.
Right.
In what way is it the same? And in what way
Purported
is it
statement,
different from the
actual
State's Exhibit
statement.
11?
The header is the same, but the body, the transactions that are contained are different.
And what's the ending balance?
Balance.
The total balance is $15,609.
All right, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 13.
They're going to do that with the other document too. So what they showed, what this accountant obtained from the mortgage company was a document that purported to be a bank statement from Kouri Richins' bank account, showing the header of her bank account and an ending balance of over $200,000. Then what they got per subpoena from the bank was the actual bank statement from the same month, showing an ending balance of $15,000. So what she was submitting to the mortgage companies was the cut and paste of her bank accounts, not her actual bank account. And the investigators were like, excuse me, bank, can you just send us what her bank statements were for this month? And they're like, here you go. And they're like, these two things aren't the same. Guess what they did? They also went and grabbed them from Eric Richins' bank account. We're going to get there now. So there are 2 time periods for the fraud counts.
This is the actual bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry,
Right.
ending in 7664. This was the
Same month.
document that was received directly from America First Credit Union.
We got it from the bank.
How do you know it's C&E's?
The header indicates that it's C&E's, and the transactions appear to be consistent with what C&E would be doing, and it matches the bank account statement that Iron Bridge produced. But it
The
has
transactions are the
different header
same. She changed the header
So to make
and
sure I
nothing
understand
else.
this, 11 has a header from her account, K. Richins Realty, but yet the body of C&E's May 31st bank statement.
on. That's correct.
Bing.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 60. That's 60.
So there are mortgage fraud counts from June and August 2021, and then the forgery counts from June and August 2021.
I believe that's an email exchange. Is that right?
That's right.
What's the subject?
Tell us about the email.
Quick question.
Okay, and
That's the header subject line of the email.
is the quick question below, physically below the response? Is that,
Yes.
so what is the quick question?
This is from Mr. Amy, I don't know how to say that, from Iron Bridge, emailing Ms. Richins asking for an explanation about her credit score, the credit cards, and referencing that bank account statement.
Okay.
Also, if anyone was curious why I enjoyed doing fraud cases as a prosecutor, it's because when you put up the different documents, the jury all goes, oh. And you're like, Uh-huh. It's just when you look at it back to back to back in order, it's so obvious. So that's what they're doing it. For those of you asking, who are some of these names? Who is Ironbridge? Who is this? Who is that? A lot of these are the lenders that Kouri Richins was submitting these documents to that the state is alleging are forged and getting money from to continue going with her real estate flipping business. I loved the receipts. The receipts.
Just speculation.
Fraud equals receipts, screenshots, timeline.
What does he say?
He says when he first ran her credit, it was lower than expected. There were some delinquencies on the credit cards, but he can see from the bank account statement that she provided that she's got plenty of money in the bank to cover expenses.
He was like, excuse me, ma'am. The lender was like, red flag. So your credit's lower than we thought it was gonna be, but then you submitted this bank statement that shows that you have like plenty of money. And that's confusing to us because there's some delinquencies, but there's money in your bank account. So why is your credit not lining up? So these are emails back and forth. And again, the responses from Kouri are going to be illustrative to the fraud counts.
Do you like me to read it?
Yes, please. Can you just read what she says to that question?
Hi, Richard. Hope you had a great 4th of
Kouri's
July
response.
weekend. Yes, sure. Everything is paid off now. It just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all of this as well, LOL, and then my husband decided to explain to me that this was his doing a while ago. We are in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them, to keep it short and sweet, LOL. It's been crazy to say the least. I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects.
Her email back to the mortgage company after she had cut and pasted her husband's business bank account and said that it was her own business bank account when they said, hey, we're so surprised that your credit score doesn't really align with like your income. She's like, lol, isn't that so weird? That's my husband's fault. This is one of the many reasons that we're getting separated. And so I hope that this, like, he was just dealing, I'm just a girl. He was dealing with all of the finances and this is just all on him. Meanwhile, she's like forging his signature on the home equity line of credit on a house that her name's not on. But you know, whatever, what she's saying to them is, oh yeah, this is one of the many reasons that we're separating. It's all his fault. Lol, but I have plenty of money while using his business account to show how much money she has. The red flags. The red flags.
Okay, you said she obtained some loans from Boomerang for it.
Just blamed it all on him.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 14, if you would. What is State's Exhibit 14?
This is from Boomerang, but it's
Boomerang's another
it's
lender.
an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kate Richins Realty.
This is the
account
second
6577
fraud
for
count.
June of 2021.
And how do you know it's Kate Richins Realty?
Just the header.
And what is the balance on that?
These are in 2021.
The ending balance is $702,831.
Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 15 then.
This is another forged document.
Now, what is that?
This is the actual statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for Kate Richins Realty, account 6577 in June of 2021.
And, the header says Kate Richins and Realty and 6577?
That's right.
What is the ending balance?
Ending balance is $15,339.
Okay, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 16. And what is that?
This is the actual bank account statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for C&D Stone Masonry LLC, account 7664 for June of 2021.
Her business had $15,000. His business had $200,000.
Presumably it says
She just
C&E.
borrowed his bank account and made it look like hers.
7664?
No biggie.
Yes.
In the header?
In the header, yes.
What's the ending balance?
The ending balance is $702,831.
That's the same as State's Exhibit 14?
The one that was issued to Boomerang, or submitted to Boomerang, yes.
His business account had over $700,000 in it. Her business account had $15,000 in it. she put the header of her account on his account and sent it off to the mortgage lender so she could keep borrowing money to, procure more homes or pay off balances. Annie T in the chat asked, is this witness a forensic accountant? Yes, this is the same forensic accountant that testified at the detention hearing to most of this.
So-
The reason we're getting into, sorry, me pausing myself again. The reason we're getting into new ground here is because at the detention hearing, there were fewer charges. The Commonwealth. Emily, we're not in Massachusetts today. We will be for the podcast, but we're not for today. The state of Utah added substantial new charges that I covered when those were updated. I'm trying to look at the date of this document. I don't see it off the top of my head. I'd have to go to the end of the document, but they added substantial new charges, including these mortgage fraud charges and the forgery charges, in March 25th, 2024. So that's when they updated the filing to add those new charges. This was not testified to in the detention hearing. So this is going to those new mortgage fraud, forgery, and fraud charges. So
Once again, cut and paste a header for K. Richins Realty.
Judge has his glasses on to take notes at the moment.
The amount of money on hand from.
We love the readers.
That's correct.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 61.
So that's why we're going through these things.
Could you describe for the record what this is?
Yes, this is from Boomerang. This is a document that came directly from Boomerang. It's a
Boomerang's
kind of
another
internal
lender.
review summary of a potential loan, kind of ahead of that would be prepared in the midst of the approval process.
And what was the property?
This is for the 75 East Midway house, I think. Yes, the smaller Midway house.
Okay. And in there, does it reference, well, first of all, how much is the loan amount?
The loan amount on this is.
So these are the mortgages that were procured based on the document.
$454,750.
And does it talk about the defendant's liquidity?
It does on the second page.
What does it say about
This is in the mortgage?
Let's see. It says under liquidity and net worth, Kouri has liquidity in the amount of $702,000. She has a net worth of $2,719,000 made up of cash, securities, life insurance, retirement funds, and real estate investments.
Fun
so
fact,
that-
some of the life insurance is on her husband that he didn't know was taken out against his life. And that liquidity includes $700,000 from her husband's business, not her business. Remember, we've heard that in the prenuptial agreement, unless Eric dies while they are married, her interest in his business is zero.
Number 702,000 is that same figure from CNE that she's submitted in States Exhibit 14?
Don't remember the exact exhibit number, but yes, that number is drawn from that bank account statement that was actually CNE, not K. Richins Realty.
Did you find any other instances where this similar type of cut and paste header with
He called it a cut and
some
paste too.
other account was submitted to lenders?
Yes.
How many times did you find that,
I found 6 so far.
including these two?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to take a look again at the timeline.
Yes.
Okay, so these purchases in 2021, you've already mentioned, 15, more and more. Did any of them sell?
Yes. Great number of them did, yeah.
Okay, tell us about that.
As like the Mill Creek house, for example, that was acquired in the spring. That's a home in Salt Lake County. And so there was a primary lender on that and multiple investors who gave K. Richins Realty money for the rehab costs. And then when it was sold, most of those were paid from closing, like at the title company. Some were not. Some came out of K. Richins Realty's net proceeds.
So she's turning over property, isn't she gaining money by doing this?
Yes.
Like
What's
she is,
happening to her,
the business is working.
debt
that was increasing, especially she started in the middle of summer of 2021. She started acquiring personal property loans that they're not secured by real property and were secured by advanced, her future receivables.
Is Greengrass holding one of those?
Yes.
Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 20.
So started acquiring personal property loans. And I wonder if that's when she started getting overextended.
So could you, first of all, tell us what State's Exhibit 20 is?
This is a revenue purchase agreement dated, it's in September of 2021.
And could you explain the basic terms of this?
This is an agreement with Kouri Richins Realty and then some other companies pledging $87,000 of advance receivables for $60,000 upon execution of the agreement, and e-signed by Kouri and Doreen Kouri.
So let me make sure I understand this. So she's saying, I will give you $87,000 of money I haven't earned yet, but I'll pay it to you in the future if you give me $60,000 now.
Right.
Yeah, and what's represented here that it's been earned and it's going to be coming in, but it's not in yet. And so
Like
she's
hamburger
she's
from
saying, I'll
Popeye.
give back $87,000 for $60,000
If you give me $60,000 today, I will pay you $80,000 tomorrow.
Right.
$5,438.
Was needing more cash.
Did she pay that?
For a series of payments, yes.
Okay. How much did she pay that you're worth?
I think she paid about $20,000. I'm not exactly sure the amount on there, but she paid about $20,000 and then defaulted in December.
Did something happen as a result of that?
Defaulted in
Yes,
December
they filed suit in New York.
2021.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 21. Could you describe for the record what State's Exhibit 21 is?
This is the summons and the verified complaint associated with that lawsuit.
And
Wimpy,
in a
thank you,
lawsuit
Chad.
There's some alleged facts.
Yes.
Okay, so direct your attention to page 5, fact number 11.
My brain remembers things wrong.
Yes.
And what is the allegation there?
That she did pay $21,752, leaving the balance of unremitted receivables of $65,248. And then there's default fees of $2,500 and attorney's fees of
Yeah, and then
$19,574.
fees and fees and fees and fees and fees.
Did you find any other
all of the fees
agreements or attempted agreements between the defendant and these type of lenders?
Yes, I found several.
Okay, what are they?
QFS Financial is one she entered into where she pledged $165,000, $167,000 for future receivables for $105,000. That was the largest one by far. Most of them are in the $20,000 to $30,000 range.
Then she started
Blue Bridge is
pledging
one,
more.
Delta Bridge Funding, Zahav, Asset
More,
Management,
and
Crown
more,
Funding.
and more.
There are over a couple of dozen.
A couple?
I'm sorry, over a dozen. Yeah, about 20 or 25.
25? 25. 25. And all of you who said bingo with the pledged, bingo. But over 25 of these where it's like, okay, if you loan me this much today, I pledge against future earnings this much, and started defaulting on them at speed. So again, when you're looking out over the bow with the weather report in your hand and you're hitting speed up on the Titanic, she is speeding up the disaster that is coming and is so far behind the 8 ball that she is, doing everything she can to catch up to this inevitable and invariable financial disaster.
You mentioned early on that the defendant had an account with Navy Federal.
Yes.
Navy Federal, do you know what kind of account?
Yeah, how'd she get an account with Navy Federal?
At Navy Federal, she had a checking, a savings, and a credit line.
Okay. During the period of August to December of 2021, do you have any idea? Well, first of all, what was the maximum amount for that, the credit limit for that revolving line of credit?
That was $15,000.
for that period, August 2021 to December 2021, do you know what her balance was, relatively speaking?
Well, it was almost maxed out most of the time. During that specific review period, I would say, I think that's about $13,000.
Okay. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 26, please? Is that a multi-page document?
Yes.
Or what are they?
These are the bank account statements for the account ending in 0060, starting in July of 21.
So
Ending
some
in
of the
March of
relevant
22.
time periods here for the fraud are June and August
Statement
2021.
include, the
The
balance
murder
on
was
revolving
March of
credit.
22.
Yes.
And throughout that time period I just mentioned, it's more or less maxed out?
Yes.
So this is her personal credit
Why
cards
don't you
are
take a look at State's Exhibit 27?
maxed.
Do you know what those are?
Yes.
What are these?
These are checks from the account of Kouri Richins at Navy Federal, and these checks were deposited into the account of K. Richins Realty. I believe all of these were deposited into that account, and none of them cleared.
Let's,
So
just
those
do
are the
an exercise
forgery
here.
counts.
Let's take a look. What's the check number on the very first one of State's
Get
Exhibit?
into some check
Check
fraud.
271.
Navy Federal maybe isn't the
The date
The
on the check is
choice.
8/28/2021.
Can you find that transaction in State's Exhibit 26, which is those statements?
Jay Jumps asked, how does she get a Navy Fed account? I don't know.
Yes. It's on, the Bates number ends in 99 at the top, and it was returned on 8/31/21.
So that check, and how much was that check for, that particular one?
$2,100.
And all of the checks then in State's Exhibit 27 are similar in that way.
That's right.
So now we're at December of 2021, the end of the year there. What is her financial status?
All in all, with all of the property, she had acquired and sold a number of properties. She retained several as rentals. She still had loans on those properties. So at that time, it was about $4 or $4.5 million that she still owed on those. Well, the trust deeds, she had paid some on them. But there's that. And then with all of the personal property loans, it's hard to tell for sure, but I think somewhere around $500,000 or $600,000 she owed on those personal property loans as well.
Now, you mentioned that one, for example, was
Wow.
Greengrass.
That's right.
Required her to pay $5,000 weekly.
$5,438 weekly, yes.
Were there some that were daily?
Yes.
One of the lenders is requiring her to pay $5,000 to service the loan per week. She is millions and millions and millions deep. She is literally in too deep financially and swimming towards the bottom. We haven't even gotten to the life insurance policies that she took out on her husband.
How many payments did she have to make for the month of December, for example?
She made about over 90 payments on debt. You know, there's a difference. There's the debt load and there's the debt service. So she owed the amounts that I stated, and the debt service are the payments that she paid on that debt. And they're a little, well, there's over 100 that she paid payments.
Over 100 payments made.
So for the month of December, how much debt service is just what she paid? Not necessarily. It could be the same as debt load, but
In this instance, no, it's different.
okay.
Yeah.
So she's servicing the loans but not really paying them down.
It was over $300,000.
I'd like to take a look.
She paid over $300,000 in December to service the loans. It's not even paying them down. It is just floating. And oof,
And this is back to State's Exhibit 69.
Wild.
We're going to move on to the next chart. Can you describe for the record what this next summary chart is?
This is the debt payments that she made during these months.
Once again, this is debt service, not debt loan.
That's right.
Okay.
This is not the amount of debt she possessed. This is the amount of payments that she made on that debt.
Okay, and for the months of,
June of 2021 through February of 2022. And I do need to make a note that in preparing for this hearing, I've noticed that in December of 2021, I made a duplication. So we need to reduce that number by about $44,000 in December. It's still about $320,000.
The forensic accountant's like,
Now,
yeah,
in
she's paying over
January and
$300,000.
February, it appears to go down, is that right?
That's right.
Let's once again look at the same information expressed differently. Can you describe this?
And remember, as we are getting into December 2021, the state has alleged that the murder happened on February 3rd, 2022. The texting and the digital trail to the paramour lover started November 2021. So November 2021, the other dude comes into the picture. December 2021, she is underwater in a incredible way. February, her husband gets incredibly sick after eating a sandwich. That is the attempted murder charge. February 14th, Valentine's Day, because apparently Kouri is sentimental. And then on March 3rd, 2022 is when Eric Richins passes away. What Kouri Richins does not know is that Eric Richins has taken all of his interest and his business interest and put it into a living trust that she is not the beneficiary of, his kids are. So even though she's looking at his business bank accounts and submitting them to get loans that have $700,000 in them, his business seems to be doing quite well. She's using his business bank accounts to support her loans and is using that business bank account to secure more loans. And all of this financial pressure is leading up to the incident on Valentine's Day and then early March. And this is before we even get into all of the text messages where she's saying that she knows if she gets divorced from Eric, that she gets nothing. The house is in his name. She gets nothing from his business, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, for all of you that are like, now I see the Alec Murdaugh comparisons. Yes.
This is the third chart on the PowerPoint.
So this is drawn from that previous data. And so it's just showing it in a pictorial format.
It seems after December, it seems to be going through the floor.
That's right. These are the payments that she made on the debt. She did pay off one of her lenders, one of the personal property loans. She did pay that off in January. That was about $19,000. But mostly because of what had happened in November and December, so many transactions had been returned and not cleared by the bank. They did not, some of them continued to try to draw in January and February, but they were unsuccessful. And so those payments were not made.
So this doesn't depict her debt load, the amount of debt she has, but rather she's just not paying.
That's correct. At least from the accounts I have.
Well, she's
From the
paying.
accounts that I have reviewed.
She's paying, it's just bouncing. She's paying, but there's no money. Yikes.
Sometime around this time period, did she take on another project?
Yes, she did.
Took on another
Different
house.
than previous projects?
You're talking about the Legacy Way project, the large house?
Oh, okay, yes.
Yes.
What about that?
She, the first REPC, which stands for Real Estate Purchase Contract, was in December of 2021, and it's a very large property on Legacy Way and Midway, and that's the property that she did end up closing in March 22.
Okay,
Wait.
It begins though in December.
So she closed a new massive property in March of 2022?
And concludes when in March?
Well, the settlement statement I've seen is dated March 4th.
What?
Some documents were signed March 4th, some were signed on the 7th and recorded on the 8th of March.
How is this different from any of the other?
Her husband died March 3rd and she's signing documents March 4th?
These projects?
It was an unfinished house and just quite large, a very, very ambitious project. The purchase price, I believe, was $2.9 million.
You're
What was
spending
it,
$2.9 million to buy this house that is massive when she is drowning in debt. That's wild.
Repair.
It was under construction, so it didn't have much inside, down to the studs, exposed wiring, things like that.
Did she ever, that you're aware of, give an estimate to lenders about what she anticipated those costs would be to rehab it?
Yes.
What was that?
Her estimate was between $3 and $4 million to rehab that property once it was acquired.
And how did she
And what,
obtain
sell
this,
it for 10?
Property,
Through hard money lenders.
all borrowed then?
Pardon me?
All borrowed.
Yes, all borrowed.
Okay, I want to talk about life insurance. Have you had the opportunity to look at?
Yes, let's talk about life
policies
insurance.
that were owned by the Richins?
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Do you know about how many there were?
I think there were 6.
This is before the chart, before
How many life insurance policies? I think she said, I think there were 6.
PowerPoint. Can you describe what that is?
Yes, these are the life insurance policies on Eric Richins' life, and I've taken the effective date. Some of them were in 2015, 17, 18, and there's the one in 2022.
And those dates, those years are the date of purchase?
That's right.
Are they different, for different purposes?
It appears to be, yes.
In what ways?
Oh, the first one on the top is a mortgage insurance policy. So basically, it would pay off pay down the mortgage. I think it's some odd amount, like 72.05% or something. But
Okay. Was there one for business?
I believe so, and I am unclear as I sit here if that's that $1 million one or not. So I'm sorry. There is one on the business where. Eric and his business partner, if one passed away, then
Have
they would benefit
insurance
the
on each
other
other.
and allow the other one to buy out the business.
Very common in
the
partnerships.
estate of the other.
Okay, so it doesn't go to the spouse, but rather to the other business partner.
The business partner.
To buy out the spouse.
Yeah.
Very, very common.
Are you familiar with the company, life insurance company called True Stage?
Yes.
Is it some sort of business association with PenFed?
Yes.
To your knowledge, what is that relationship?
Well, True Stage is an insurance company, and they typically market their product to credit union members, all sorts of credit union members, different credit unions.
Do you know whether you've been a member of PenFed?
She was, yes.
How about, do you know whether Eric Richins was?
I know that he was not.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 62. And what is that, just for the record?
These are the bank account statements for Kouri Richins at PenFed Credit Union, the account 9118, for the period starting in October 2021. It's just through April of 2022.
And States Exhibit 63. What is that?
This is a declaration of custodian of records, no records, and this is from PenFed Credit Union, stating that Eric Richins did not have any accounts at their institution.
Are you aware of an application from the defendant to True Stage for life insurance in January of 2022?
Yes.
Direct your attention to States Exhibit 17.
Yeah. The numbers don't lie on any of
What is
this.
States Exhibit 17?
This is the application for True State Individual Term Life Insurance, TAT. And this is dated the end of January 28th or 29th of 2022.
And who's applying for what of this application?
The life insurance policy is signed January 28th or 29th, 2022. The attempted murder is charged from February 14th, 2022. Don't you think it's going to look sus as fuck to a jury that she got a life insurance policy, 2 weeks before the attempted murder? The documents.
For life insurance for Kouri Richins and for Eric Richins.
Now, is there something unusual about the information provided, contact information for each of those two applicants?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The contact information is the PO box that Ms. Richins used for her business. Her email address is on there. There's no email address for Mr. Richins, and the phone number that's listed for Mr. Richins is not correct.
How is it?
Wait, you're telling me she got a life insurance policy against her husband, used her business PO box so it wasn't mailed to the house, used her email address, and didn't put an accurate phone number for him? Shocked.
Different, do you know off the top of your head?
Yes. It says 892, but his number starts 792.
And then ends with the 9317.
That's correct.
So she changed his number by one digit.
And to be clear, the mailing address is the business address for K. Richins Realty.
That's what she said.
Yes, this was pre-populated. It appears to be pre-populated this way with Kouri Richins and her PO box in Camas.
And when did this effective?
This policy was effective February 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
Effective
Direct your
February
attention
2nd.
To State's Exhibit 65. Now, before I go there, I'm sorry, I skipped over something.
The attempted murder
early
is
on, we
February
talked about,
14th,
docket
2022.
127.
Yes,
That was, if I remember correctly, that was Throckmorton's report.
that's right.
And in there, he has how many question samples?
3 questioned samples, yes.
So 1 and 2 are the power of attorney we've already addressed.
That's right.
So question number 3 is,
It's the signature on this life insurance policy.
and so is your understanding what?
Wait, you're saying there were questions about his signature on the policy because it didn't look like his signature? What?
He calls them simulated forgeries, and that they're probably not Mr. Richins' signatures.
Okay, so now let's go to State's Exhibit 65, if you would. What is State's Exhibit 65?
This is a letter from True State Insurance to Eric Richins at that PO Box 759, dated February 4th, 2022.
And what is it informing Eric Richins of?
This is a welcome letter. Thank you for choosing True State's life insurance, and talking about the premium. The premium would be deducted from the checking account 6577, which is the K. Richins Realty account.
And the payments were coming from our business
February 14th
account,
for $46.50.
not the joint account.
And that's an automatic withdrawal?
That is.
Okay. Have you examined the FCU account for K. Richins Realty at 6577 for December, January, February, December 21, January, February, March even of 2022?
Yes.
So in 6577, is there that automatic withdrawal that you were talking about?
There is, in February, yes.
Is there any other insurance premiums that are paid from 6577?
No.
Now, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 64.
Oh,
And I'll
boy.
let you just take a look at what 64 is in 37.
What was the second number?
37.
As the court is flipping through their massive binder of documents, because this, look, financial fraud
Could you describe
and murder
what is
are
64?
inextricably linked in this
64
case.
is part of December. So this is an American First Credit Union bank account statement from American First Credit Union.
Which account?
Eric Richins, account 2204. So this is the joint account
Okay.
where the typical household expenses were paid. And it is for December 2021, pages, and it goes through, sorry, goes through March 1st of 2022.
Many documents.
So, looking at those, are there any of the insurance premiums that you've mentioned before paid out of 220?
The payments that had previously been made, historically been made, I should say, are paid here, but not that one.
But not the new one,
Not
just
the
all
new
the
one.
previous ones?
That's correct.
So, just set that. Have to steal my courage? Oh, okay.
Leafy asked in the chat, can Kouri still please take a deal? I don't think they've offered her one. I don't think they're going to.
In your chart there, I guess that you find evidence of payment of those top 4 in your chart?
Why does that look so small in his
I'm not
From
sure
the
which one.
204?
The payment of the premium?
Yes,
Yes,
but not the bottom one.
that's correct.
They're talking about the premiums for the life insurance policy that they are alleging is
Do you
forged.
know if the defendant made any claims on those insurance policies,
Yes, she did.
particularly the true state?
Oh,
Yes, she did.
Okay.
did she?
How does the claim process?
Did she make any claims against those life insurance policies? Why, yes, she did. You mean the life insurance policy that went into effect February 2nd, 2022? Oh, weird. Before her husband got super sick from a sandwich that she made him on February 14th, 2022, and told his friend, dude, you almost lost me here. I don't know what happened. Before she texted CL and said, hey, can I get something stronger before he passed on March 3rd, 2022? And then she makes a life insurance claim. I am shocked.
Mr. Purvis, get back in front of the mic. Thank you, sir.
How does the claim process work?
A claim is made, the insurance company would initiate a claim, give it a number, and then proceed to do their due diligence.
Okay. A couple of things. Based on your experience and training with working with insurance companies, is there a convention for naming these claims?
Yes, everyone's got a little bit different process, but in this situation, there are 2 different claims, and we can see from the information contained in the diary that the insurance company kept, and also the name, the number of the claim. We can see what date it was opened.
I see. Okay, so
What date was the claim made, ma'am? What
in
date?
addition, is there any are insurance policies treated differently if they're made, a claim is made on them near in time to when they're opened versus if you've had a policy intact for 10 years?
I would imagine that's a yes.
I worked on, I don't know, a few dozen death investigations, and what happens, every insurance company will have a different policy, but typically if a life insurance policy is taken out and there's a death of the insured within a certain period of time, usually it's a year or 2, there's a standard death investigation that takes place. And I worked on many of those throughout my career.
Okay.
Because you are a
What is the
fascinating
more
forensic
distinct
accountant, ma'am.
What is State's Exhibit 18?
This is notes for claim 2204-28003.
So these are the
this
notes?
is the claim opened on opened on April 28th.
So the claim was opened April 28th. Eric Richins passed away March 3rd. The notes are from the insurance company on the life insurance policy that was taken out weeks before Eric Richins passed away.
It's probably the 3rd one that they assigned that day or something.
Okay. And so that, do you know which policy this is referring to?
This one is the larger of the 2. This is the $250,000 policy that from 2017.
So this is the older
And is
policy.
this what you referred to earlier as a diary?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're talking about the older policy.
State's Exhibit 67. just at the beginning of the day, I think operating states Exhibit 67 is.
Yes.
I couldn't hear what the attorney was saying. He spoke very low on that.
And can you identify for the record what states Exhibit 67?
Yes, this is a similar document. This is for the other claim, number 220422032. So this is the claim that was opened on April 22nd, 2022, and this is for, so this, the first one is for the $100,000 policy.
And it was opened on April 22nd, 2022.
That's right.
Let's look a little closer then. First of
Hello,
all,
Louis.
States Exhibit 18.
Here, it's not federal court because we can see it.
Can you describe-
Federal court, we cannot see. This is state court in Utah. Good question.
What this is recording.
Kit, it's a whole
How it works
thing.
with business.
This is a chronological diary, just note-taking about the date and time of a call or a contact, and just some notes. So over time, they can go back and refer to what happened and when.
Right, notes.
It's some, now this is, States Exhibit 18 is referring to the 2017 policy.
That's right.
And it was made then by April 28th, so a week after the other one.
Yes.
Okay. In there, does the defendant ask some questions, or I guess is the insurance company asking the defendant some questions about the case?
Yes.
Swim Gal said, how do our lawyers defend her with these facts?
Yes,
They point out
needed
things
the
that were done
final,
wrong.
Death certificate showing the cause of death.
Assumptions that don't
they
make
need to know if the
sense.
fentanyl was prescribed.
And it's all a
And,
coincidence.
does the defendant respond to that?
She does. Toward the bottom, she said the fentanyl was not prescribed, so she can't give any information about it. She also added that she don't have any idea how did her husband got that. Just for the record, that's what it says. That's not my grammar.
The forensic accountant is like, this is not me. Okay, I am reading this dead ass verbatim. She would never say dead ass. She is too demure. But she would never. But she's like, I am reading this verbatim, and these are notes from the insurance adjuster talking to Kouri Richins, saying she doesn't know how Eric Richins got fentanyl. He doesn't have a prescription for it. She doesn't know how he got that. So that's what the notes are. And she's like, no. I am reading this the way it says it. Oh, sorry, that was me.
Now, to be clear, this is first in time request.
Yes, it is.
And the policy that she opened, that I believe was effective, you said?
February 2nd. Yes.
At some point, I think in July of 2022, is there a conversation between the defendant and the insurance company about what's taking so long?
Yes.
Oh.
This would be,
Oh,
there were
I
several
bet she did.
conversations in July.
I bet she did. I bet she did. Called the insurance company, was like, what's taking so long? I bet she did.
They're talking about needing the medical records from the medical facility. And then finally in August, that they say, she called to know the status of the claim. And then they said that they had received the medical records from the clinic.
Okay, I wanted to.
Oh, that's the feed. For those of you asking about court is in Mountain Time.
All right, so
The feed
they
is on
finally
a
get them
delay.
when?
The feed is on a delay, and I am on a delay. So the feed must be on a 1 hour delay, and then I was delayed from there. So yes, it's a late night, but that's partly because the feed's on a delay, and partly because I started late, and partly because it's in another time zone. But yes, late plus late plus late. That's okay.
That's, according to this, is
We'll be back
8:15,
tomorrow earlier
22.
for this.
In the, see the entry 822, at the bottom of page 2?
Yes.
I they talking about the medical records there that last?
It looks like yes.
And did they receive them on what day?
Well, this is when they received the invoice.
It's the invoice, so. All right, so do they describe what is important to them as far as this investigation?
Yeah, the West Coast crew is like, thank you.
Is one of those 822 entries?
Yes. Yes.
And Shaz
It looks
is
like
like,
they received the records on 8/2.
no,
and
it's
8/11.
early down here. Don't worry, tomorrow's a
Okay,
busy
yes,
day
they
too.
received the 36 pages of records on 8/11. And then there's substance use other than prescribed. It's marijuana once or twice a year, and no concerns about substance abuse in the household.
Have a moment, you know.
Yes.
The walk the dog letter doesn't say marijuana use 1 to 2 times a
That's all
year.
the questions I had.
Oh, the state is done with the direct examination of the forensic accountant.
Who's doing the questions?
On to cross.
Ms. Nestor, but would be, how much time do you think you have with Ms. Harrington?
30 minutes.
30 minutes of cross. All right, ma'am. I think the feed froze because the judge is dancing. I think the apple's fun. Just kidding. Poor judge. That is an unfortunate freeze on the feed. Oh, that is a feed. That is a feed.
That's true.
And not law enforcement.
That is a feed disruption. That's
Never been
delightful.
law enforcement, but that's true.
And how did you know Mr. Gabler?
We've been colleagues for 30 years or so.
And by colleagues, do you share office space? Do you work together on cases just randomly, or what do you mean by colleagues?
No, I have worked on the same cases that he has worked on. I would not say we've ever worked on cases together.
Okay. And he approached you and asked if you would be interested in working for Eric
This is how
Richins'
she
family,
got onto
who
this
was,
case.
Dealing with trust issues, right?
With the trust, the Eric.
They were dealing with trust issues in more ways than one, which we heard at the detention hearing. But in this case, when they are talking about trust issues, they are talking about the fact that Kouri Richins did not know that Eric Richins had a trust. The sister is in charge of the trust. And so the trust undertook financial investigations. There are lawsuits going on with regard to the trust. A lot of those lawsuits are now paused until the criminal cases are done. But Kouri is suing the trust. The trust is suing Kouri, on and on and on. Don't worry. We'll talk about other wrongful death lawsuits that parallel criminal suits in the podcast this week. At some point, I'll record it. Don't you worry. But we are now at cross-examination talking about the issues with the trust, because this forensic accountant was hired first by the family for Eric Richins, who are the executors of the trust. So she was hired first to deal with the trust and started looking into this, and then was brought in by the state. So of course, in trial, they're going to try to make it sound like this forensic accountant is biased one way or the other. And the forensic accountant's like, look, if there aren't receipts, I don't say anything. I'm a forensic accountant. Like, I follow, the paper is what I follow. So I don't know if they'll try to do that at preliminary hearing, but we'll see.
Richins Living Trust, yes.
Who's the trustee of the Eric Richins Living Trust?
Katie Richins Benson, his sister.
And so would she have been the individual basically responsible for paying you as the trustee?
Yes.
And did you meet with her?
I don't know that I ever met with her. We had phone conversations.
Okay. And did you have a contract of employment with her or with the trust?
An engagement letter, yes.
And what did they agree to pay you to help them?
My hourly rate and, yeah.
How much was that?
$325 an hour.
And I believe you said you worked for them up until the county attorney approached you, is that right?
That's right.
So how
An
long a period of
engagement letter
time
is
did you work
typical of
solely for
accounting
the trust?
and law.
I don't remember when I first started working for them. In the summer. It was in the summer, I believe, of 22.
So a few months after Mr. Richins had passed?
Something like that. I can get that exact date for you. Something like that. And then toward the fall of that year, they engaged in some litigation, and I was pretty much out of the picture at that point.
So maybe 5 or 6 months, do you think you worked for them?
Probably 4 or 5, yeah.
And do you remember a total how much they paid you during the time you were employed by them?
I think it was about $9,000.
And during that time, did they provide you with records to analyze?
I did have some records, yes.
Right, and so these are being produced to you by Eric Richins' family.
That's right.
And that would include these life insurance documents?
Bank records or bank records.
I did have some. Whether or not they're this, I honestly don't remember if it includes this one. I don't think it did. There were several New York life insurance policies that I reviewed.
Do you know how they obtained those records before they gave them to you? Were you aware? You may have had a copy.
I don't know.
What other records did the Richins family give you to analyze?
I had some of the C&E Masonry bank account records. I had some tax returns. I know I had some other things. I had some odds and ends. So nothing, and I do not know how they obtained them.
And then how did it come about that you switched from working from Eric's family
Well,
to
she said
Prosecution
litigation started and she was out of the case.
Well, in my view, they are separate entities, separate cases, separate engagements, and I did not feel like I could work on both. And at that time, when I was engaged by Summit County, I had not had any contact, well, I shouldn't say any, I had really not had much, if any, contact since like the fall. I did have a Zoom call with their counsel where they just kind of wanted to see where I had left off, but the complaint that they filed doesn't include any of my work.
And the complaint that they filed is basically an effort to make sure that Kouri does not get a single penny from Eric Richins' trust, right? Is that your understanding of the litigation?
I actually don't know much about that litigation, and on purpose, I have tried to ignore it.
She's like, I
try to stay in my lane and in my box, and this is the box I'm in, and so I really don't know the status of what's been happening there. My overall understanding is they were trying to enforce the trust, the Eric Richins Living Trust, and associated documents. That's a weird.
She was like, I don't really know, so once the litigation, she said, once the litigation started, I was out. So once the litigation started, I stayed in my lane. I don't know what the litigation is. This is my lane. Ma'am, I just get the deets and receipts. Like that's it. I look at the numbers and go, I'd love to know where that money came from. And then I go find it. That's it. I stay in my lane. I could tell you all about the civil lawsuits. We've covered that in other coverage, but let's continue on.
They say that's my understanding.
She's like, I
and
just
when
do
you
my
were
job.
in their box, when you were in the box with the trust, was it your understanding that Kouri Richins was aware that a trust had been created before Eric passed?
I was under the impression of the opposite.
Same.
That she did not know about the trust.
Uh-huh.
And whether or not she knew or didn't know, I really do not know the answer to that.
She's like, that's speculative, ma'am. I'm not going to answer.
So you've not reviewed any police reports in this case that talked about interviews of Katie the morning of Eric's death?
I know that there were some that took place, but I have purposely not reviewed them.
So you don't have personal knowledge, one way or the other, about whether Kouri knew this trust was in place before Eric died?
I cannot testify one way or another about that.
Okay. Did Todd Gabler...
She's like, ma'am, my lane, staying in it. I'm a forensic accountant. I'm doing my forensic accountant shit, and I don't need to know anything else. Love a forensic accountant. Love it, love it,
Or give you
love
any
it.
documents to analyze, or it all came from the attorneys of the trust?
I didn't get anything from the attorneys.
Where did you get the documents from the trust?
I believe I got everything
From the sister.
Katie.
From Katie, the sister?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Are you still retained in any way by the trust?
No.
She said that.
And I haven't engaged in conversation with them. I haven't responded to anything.
She said that. She's like, I'm out.
Better part of a year.
Not my shit.
Did you review new documents before you testified today that you did not review before the detention hearing?
Yes.
What are the new documents you reviewed before today?
Ding, ding. Remember.
We have more.
Remember, there are more charges now than there were at the detention hearing. So the fraud charges all got added. The mortgage fraud, the forgery, all of that stuff got added after the detention.
Bank account statements. There are loan documents that I did not have before, and that includes promissory notes.
And that all got added.
I know that payment ledgers have been requested, and there's very little of that due to the nature of the loans. I searched and obtained many more deeds in South Carolina and in Utah.
More deeds.
And the UCC filings of the personal property loans, the unsecured loans, the insurance documents. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little conversational, but at the detention hearing,
It's fine.
It was
It's a
early in
prelim.
the week, say a Tuesday, for example, and most of the documents, the financial documents that I reviewed, I had had for just a couple of days.
Okay.
Literally.
I want to talk about these properties that you've looked at as far as Ms. Richins.
I had the docs for a couple of days, literally.
It appears from your testimony with the county attorney that you were looking at the debt that those properties put her in. Is that right?
Yes, and I did testify about that exact point at the detention hearing, because at that time, that's all I had access to were those recorded documents. So I could see the amount of the trust deed, and I did acknowledge that that does not necessarily represent what she owes on it, but what she encumbered. That's why I'm calling it an encumbrance.
So these charts that went up dealt with what she owed on the property to the best that you could determine looking at publicly available records, right?
Not necessarily. The timeline chart that has all the colors. I mean, that has a date, well, it has a point at which she no longer owned it. Her name is no longer on that.
Okay.
And so that represents that she no longer had that debt.
Successfully flipped that property, right?
Successfully would be a judgment call, and I've not been asked to give opinions.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about equity.
It depends on how you
Okay.
define
Someone owns a home.
success.
You have what the home is worth when you buy it, but then you put money down on it, you pay money towards your mortgage, and at some point you build up something called equity in your house, right?
That's true.
And when you have a lot of equity in your house, you can go, like she did on their house in Willow Creek, right? And go and say to a banker, hey, I have this property that has about $600,000 worth of equity in it. Can I borrow $50,000? And what is the banker likely to say to that?
A banker's likely to look at a lot of factors, right? Go through some due diligence. Given a lot of different factors, probably going to say yes.
Right. Because equity has value,
That's true.
and it's part of your net worth.
That is true.
So when you're evaluating someone's net worth, you're looking at their debt for sure, but you're also looking at things they have that have value.
That's true.
Their jewelry, right?
That's true.
Their artwork,
Yes.
their stocks and bonds,
Yes.
their
Value.
equity and property.
Yes.
You were not asked to make that evaluation by this county attorney's office, correct? Because I don't see that you did a net worth evaluation here.
I have done some. There's some holes in it. There's some holes in it. So
Okay.
She's like, this really
So you
wasn't
haven't
my shit.
today put on evidence of Ms. Richins' net worth?
no, and there are a lot of things that I don't know. Like I'm aware that she has a tax liability, and I know that I can estimate a range, but I don't know how much that is, and that would factor into her net worth.
And I know you're an experienced accountant. You would
Forensic
never
accountant.
make a statement about someone's net worth if you knew you were missing critical documents to make that evaluation. Fair?
I would definitely put a footnote on that.
Okay. As far as the profits that Ms. Richins made when she flipped these houses, unless you have the settlement statement, the closing statement, all the records, it's not always possible to tell what her profit margin was, is it?
Well, profit margins, the answer is maybe yes, maybe no. Do you mind if I explain?
Go ahead.
Okay. For example, Ms. Richins has a schedule that she had submitted to some lenders that talked about the projects that she'd done. And she included in there is the acquisition price, the rehab budget, what it was sold for, and her profit. And I've gone through a few of those, and they're not accounted for correctly. The sales price does not reflect what her margin is. You asked me about margin, and the margin is not
Right, 'cause
correct.
there's expenses.
Her profit is not correct on that. What I can tell you, the answer to your question, is I do have the settlement statements on a lot of those. And the settlement statements are
settlement
prepared by the
statements are
title
different.
company at closing. And so that'll go down, the sales price and the deductions from that, like the property taxes that need to be paid, the encumbrances, like the first trustee, the second, if there are more, some other agreed upon amount that needs to be on one side of the ledger or another. And then we get to a net proceeds amount. And then I can go to her bank account statement and I can see those funds hit the bank account statement. The way she had borrowed money,
She's like, you
not
wanted
everybody
answers, ma'am.
who was involved, I use that term as, not everyone who had participated financially in that project would have had a deed filed that would have them hit the settlement statement. So once the funds hit her bank account, then she also had to pay out some funds associated with that property.
So once she flipped
There's
the property,
expenses.
paid off everybody that helped her out to buy it or rehabbed it, whatever's left in her pocket after she pays everybody is her profit.
That's right.
And you can't say that, what that amount was on every one of these properties, can you?
Well, there might be tax liability, but yes.
Not every single one, but I can on many.
And if you, as I understand it, she was servicing some pretty major.
Kouri's lawyer is going to be like, she wasn't really that in debt, ma'am. Have you forgotten about that life insurance policy? Because the life insurance policy, counsel, the life insurance policy.
Debt and servicing it, right? Sending those checks out.
That's correct.
Check after check after check, making payment to her lenders, right?
Yeah, they mostly were auto withdrawals, but yes.
And out of all those properties that you have with the pretty colors
Screw me
on
up.
your chart, how many of those got foreclosed on before she flipped them?
Before she flipped them? Well, she doesn't own any anymore.
So none is the answer, right?
None then.
So she successfully...
Ma'am, they got foreclosed on when she went to jail. So no, they didn't get foreclosed on then. She's like, no, she wasn't in financial dire straits. Everything was fine. She was servicing loans to the tune of $300,000 a month. Also, this attorney is going to get on my wrong side if she has any derision for a color-coded chart. Ma'am, I feel personally attacked. The pretty colors on the chart, we fucking live for a color-coded chart when it comes to a forensic accountant. Give me color coding any day of the week.
Purchased the property, got what she needed to rehab it, flipped it, and it never went under on any of those properties, except for after she got arrested, before she was arrested.
And again, I'm gonna not use the word success
Actually,
because everyone's
no.
got a different version of what that term means. I think what you're trying to say is, did she end up selling them? Yes, she did.
Okay. All right. Did you ever interview any of Ms. Richins' hard money investors?
Yes.
Did any of them, other than Greengrass, did any of them ever file suit against her for defaulting on their deal, as far as you know?
I do not know that.
Okay. All right.
There are some lawsuits
The joint
against her.
account with Eric and Kouri that they paid their bills out of and their kids' soccer fees and things like that. Did you ever compare the deposits from Eric into that
Cute little
account
joint
versus
account?
deposits from Kouri into that account?
I'm aware of how much was kind of coming and going.
And who put more money in that account?
Eric's paycheck was auto deposited there, and that was more than Kouri's. There were funds coming and going, and so, but they were for different purposes. So
Disagree with me that Kouri substantially deposited more in that account than Eric did, in the joint account from her KRR account.
I don't know if I would agree with that or not, because there's a lot. There are a couple of instances where C&E, there is money coming from C&E. I will say that there are a lot of instances where there are, say, like there's a $5,000 payment from K. Richins Realty account, the 6577, into the joint account. But there are some instances where there's a lot of money coming from Eric's resources too.
Okay, now I want to back up just a little bit when you very first got on the stand and you were talking about the accounts, who had...
She's like, Kouri was putting more money into the joint account at home, wasn't she? Have we forgotten the HELOC that seems to have been forged, though?
access or whose name they were in. So spouses have their own decision about who does the money, who doesn't do the money. And you were not privy to that arrangement between Eric or Kouri, were you?
No.
So you don't know if they sat down at dinner every night and looked at every one of their bank accounts together, do you?
I do not know that.
You do not know if Kouri gave Eric the password to all their bank accounts and said, babe, it's shared money, look at whatever you want to look at. You don't know if that happened.
I do not know.
You don't know how often they talked.
You know how we would know that happened? If Kouri didn't delete everything on her cell phone. I mean, maybe.
About finances or what Eric knew or didn't know about Kouri's business.
That's correct.
True.
You do know that Eric invested in at least one property himself through his C&E account, the
Branson Lane?
Thank you.
I would not call it investing. I know that there were the C&E checks that went into the K. Richins Realty account.
Okay.
And then he was
Looks
paid
like
back.
they invested in the property if you were just looking from the outside, fair?
Or
I have other information that tells me that's not the case. That's why I have not included it in my testimony.
Okay. You also
She's
look
like,
at the prenup agreement. And we all know what
wrong.
prenups or agreements are from TV, right? It's an agreement before you get married about how you're going to split stuff up if you get a divorce, right?
That's true.
Okay. And in the prenup that was signed when they got married, was the home contained in that prenup that you've reviewed? The home they lived in?
I don't recall. I'd be happy to look at it if you want me to.
Take a
The
second,
home
please. It's
is
exhibit number, it's docket
Eric's.
106.
The home is Eric's separate property. So we can go through it. I'm gonna just zoom. Was I looking at my G drive to pull up the prenup? Yes. Am I the witness on the stand? No. Emily she'll talk about it. Zoom. The home's in Eric's name and it was his separate property.
Don't recall it's in here. Was that correct?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you for checking.
I don't recall if it's in here. And she's like, no, it's not. Okay, well, it's in the living trust and the living trust supersedes this, but okay.
So if you don't have your home in a prenup, regardless of whose name is on the title, would you agree with me that as a spouse, you have an interest in your marital home?
No, it's not their marital home if it's pre-acquired property, ma'am. Come on. I watched videos in the back of class during property. We all know this though. The marital home is where they were living, but it was in Eric's name and it was purchased before the marriage. And the prenup says, if this witness had time to go through it, because I had time to go through it, and that coverage is on the playlist, but I went through the prenup and pre-existing property, independent property, did not commingle. So if Eric owned the home before they got married, the prenup says that remains Eric's. That's all. That's it. But the lawyer's like, you know that if they're living there together, it becomes hers, right? No, that's not how that works.
That's.
Well, hold on. You're about to object and it calls for legal conclusion.
Oh, judge. The judge is like looking at the forensic accountant going, you're going to need to hold on there, ma'am, because the prosecution's about to lose their mind because this calls for a legal conclusion.
Do you agree with me that as a spouse, you have an interest
No,
in
she's
your marital
reaching.
home?
No. That's.
Well, hold on. You're about to object and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, if I can argue this because
It calls for a legal conclusion. Sustained.
Let me ask you this way.
Look at Mr. Bloodworth. Mr. Bloodworth's like, actually, Your Honor, I would like to argue this. And the judge is like, it calls for a legal conclusion, sustained. So the judge is like, look, Mr. Bloodworth, sit back down. I don't care what you have to say at the moment. The judge raised the objection, argued the objection, ruled on the objection. And Mr. Bloodworth was like, fine, Your Honor, there will be no sass today.
You testified earlier that Ms. Richins got a HELOC on that house. Is that right?
He looks like Kyla Maroney.
And you don't know if
Kayla?
you're not a lawyer. You're not a divorce lawyer, certainly, right?
That's right.
So you
She's
can't
like,
tell.
thank God.
I almost just called them the jury. Automatically. You can't tell the jury. You can't tell whether or not Ms. Richins had a lawful interest in that home that enabled her to put any type of lien on it or anything based on her marital interest, because you're not a divorce lawyer, right?
That's that legal conclusion.
Okay. So, and you also don't know if
She's like, the
Eric
judge
knew
taught
about
me
the
that.
HELOC or when he knew about it or what he did about it.
Ma'am, the answer is, I'm taking the dog, dumbass. That's equitable division of the assets, is what the defense attorney is trying to get to.
Well, I think that's what she's establishing, but you can answer the question.
I am aware that there are indicators that he knew about it in October of 2020.
That's right, because he told it to the lawyer that he was saying about maybe getting a divorce, right? So when he told the divorce lawyer, hey, she took out this money on my account, that was October of 2020, right? So
and the indicators are that's when he learned about it.
Right, so a little less than 2 years before he passed away.
A year and a half, yeah.
Okay. And how many payments did you see Eric Richins make on that HELOC after October of 2020? In your review of every payment that was made toward that HELOC, how many did Eric make out of his account?
Out of which account?
Out of his accounts.
The 657, or I mean the C&E account?
Did he make any out of the C&E account?
No.
Did he ever sign a check for that you ever saw?
I don't think so.
And it was coming out of their joint account or out of the KRR account? the realty account?
Mostly out of the 5244 account, which was Kouri's account.
Okay, so she's paying it. The HELOC that she took on it.
Yes.
Okay. And he knew about
So
it.
you agree. So you agree. She took the HELOC on the house. This isn't the serve you think she is. She's like, so he knows about the home equity line of credit in October 2020 because he's telling the divorce lawyer that Kouri Richins took out a home equity loan of credit in his name by forging his signature, but she was paying it on a property that she doesn't have an interest in. She's like, but he knew about it, right? Yeah, enough that he went to a divorce lawyer and moved his assets into a living trust because his spouse, seemingly with no consultation with him, took out a home equity line of credit against his house that was his separate and premarital property. So this isn't the serve that you think it is.
In October of 2020.
But thank you for admitting that she's the one who
They
took
stayed
it
together, obviously.
by fraud. Oh, ma'am.
If the home was not contained in the prenup.
I like
since you
some of
did
your
work for
colleagues
the trust,
better.
Is it not true that the trust is taking the position that the home gets poured into the trust upon death?
I don't know.
She's like, I don't
Just
know.
asking what Ms. Karrington knows. Let's
What-
find out.
Thank you. Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be clear, I think my knowledge on these issues is superior to that than anybody else in the room, and so I can keep it straight.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that, John, because I think the court has summary judgment.
I don't know what the judge's previous line of work was, but the judge is just like, just for the record, I think my knowledge in this area is superior and I'm the one who gets to make the decisions. So why don't all of you sit the fuck down? I have all the documents on this. We don't need to go over this a million times, but I'm just going to let the judge judge with his glasses on one more time. Emily, are you running it back because you love the judge? Yes.
Let's
What-
find out.
Thank you. Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be clear, I think my knowledge on these issues is superior to that than anybody else in the room, and so I can keep it straight.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that, John, because I think the court has summary judgment motion 2 weeks ago ruled on this very issue.
I can give you chapter and verse on these if we need it.
Okay, thank
We
you.
can just keep it.
We'll try to see.
Which is my point, Your Honor. We
I
can
understand.
either-
We'll just keep it.
The judge is like, don't test me. He's like, I know some shit, y'all. The judge gets claps.
I want to talk about those life insurance policies that were on the chart.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. If I give you those 6 policies.
It's not up, but that's fine.
Oh, I thought you had a binder. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I can come back up.
Thank you.
The
It's
forensic
exhibit
accountant's like, it's
number-
fine. I remember everything. I am the best.
Number
Exhibit
69.
69. Yes, sir.
Just get back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can you read that for us? Your Honor, what is that? Is that an aura ring on your finger?
Policies on exhibit 69.
I'm teasing. I'm
The very
teasing.
first policy is a mortgage policy.
You know the judge is
That's right,
married.
which just pays off the mortgage if you die.
It doesn't pay it off, it pays it down significantly.
Right, sorry, you said that, 70, some weird
Some
percent.
weird percent, yeah.
Okay, so that life insurance policy is made payable to the mortgage company.
And as far as I know, it was paid directly to them.
Okay. In your chart, it says it was paid to the trust. Do you see that? They were the
do not.
beneficiary?
I say they were the beneficiary, that was, no, that's not what I said, but it was paid toward the mortgage is my understanding.
So, Kouri, and when was that
That's not what
policy
it is.
obtained?
15.
Okay. And do you even know Eric applied for that, right? Himself?
I do not know.
You don't know.
I don't. I
Okay,
don't recall.
second policy. What's the second one?
On my chart is the $250,000 true stitch from 17.
And that's 2017.
That's correct.
And do you know whether Eric, that is not one of the questionable signatures, right? You've agreed that's Eric's signature on that application.
Let's make it clear, I'm not making any determination out of signatures. That's not me.
She's like, nope,
Okay.
couldn't be me.
So the report you read from the handwriting analyst
That one.
didn't look at that signature of the true stage $250,000 policy, correct?
Actually, I don't know. He looked at, in his report, he lists a few dozen exemplars. I don't know if that's one or not.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Eric Richins had to take a medical exam to get that life insurance policy?
She's like, I don't know.
I don't recall. I think I've got the documents for that, but I don't, off the top of my head, no.
So you can't say right now, as you said here, whether Eric was involved in getting that policy or not. You just don't know.
I don't recall. both of those next two, there's the True Stage and the auto owners. That was part of a group of policies where there's one on Ms. Richins, one on Mr. Richins, and somewhere along the line there's some on the kids too.
That auto insurance policy, that's the big one. That's $1 million, right?
The auto owners. Mm-hmm.
And what is the date that insurance policy was applied for?
That's also in 2017.
So, help me with math, 5 years before he died.
That's right.
And that $1 million policy, there's no way they're going to insure somebody for $1 million if they don't have a medical exam. You think that's fair?
That
I think
calls
that's
for a
fair
legal
statement.
conclusion.
And then the next
There's no jury
insurance
though,
policy
so it
was
doesn't
what
really
date?
matter.
This is in April of 2018 with New York Life.
So that's 4 years before he passed.
That's right.
And do you know who applied for that?
Isn't that the
I have the
business one?
documents that I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And do you know whether Mr. And how much was that one for?
500,000.
And do you, again,
I think
that's a
that's the
pricey,
business
bless you,
one.
Your Honor. That's a pricey insurance policy. Again, I would imagine that would require a medical exam. Do you know if Eric submitted to one?
I know that he did on a policy. I've seen that, and I can't recall which one it
For prelim,
was.
none of this
I
is
just don't
necessary,
recall
Chad, when you're like,
those
why is
details.
this relevant?
So that really
Not.
just leaves, and the policy that he had with his partner, the buy-sell policy, which partners do all the time, right?
That's correct.
Business.
Very
Yes.
common.
That money goes to the partner, that doesn't go to the spouse.
They're set up specifically that way.
Right. So the only policy on there that was obtained within any short period of time before Eric died was the very last one for $100,000, right?
Right, and that's usually, typically in my experience, that's an amount that probably would not have required an exam.
Totally agree. And that policy is one of those ones that we all get in the mail if you belong to a credit union, where they send you a little flyer, you get it in your junk mail, and it says, hey, you want to up your insurance? No exam, just sign here and we'll add some more for free. Please do that. Is that what that is?
It is a brochure from the credit union, but what you've just described it's not contained in there. It was an offer of life insurance though.
Made by the credit union
Yes.
to all their credit union members. It's just like a perk for being a credit union member.
It's a marketing brochure, yes.
Here's some pretty cheap insurance, grab it if you want it, right?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Hey, chat. I am seeing that I froze. We are trying to see what's going on. So let's see if we can figure that out. So give me one moment and let's see. Because I see a lot of you saying that you did or that I did. So give me one moment because it's not showing ended on my end. That's so strange. All right. Miguelina, I'm going to go ahead and end because we're going to figure it out on our end and then we will see what's going on. Okay. I'm going to roll the outro just in case and we'll figure it out. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd. Chat. I was going to roll the outro, but it looks like the stream is back up. I have no idea what happened. We are going to work on figuring it out, but we are back. Y'all are still here. So I think we're just going to roll through and finish court. We'll fix it in post. I have no idea what that was. We didn't see anything on the back end. We will continue working on it. That's so freaking strange. So we will, we're going to finish up streaming. So we'll fix it in post and we'll figure it out. So no, I have no idea what happened, but we'll figure it out. And Miguelina, if you want to let the app know that we're back, we're going to just keep rolling this hearing. We've got like 15 minutes of court left. So we're just going to keep rolling it. So I have no idea what happened. It's not you. I'm sorry, stream. I saw the chat be like, what the heck? And I was like, Miguelina, I'm not quite sure what's going on. So we're going to roll the outro and see if we need to end it. And then as I was rolling the outro, the stream popped back up. So Y'all, live streaming is dynamic. Don't worry, chat. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Let's keep going.
And that's the policy that was taken out, I guess, that was signed to become effective a few weeks before, or a month and a half before he passed.
A month, yeah.
Okay. And again, that's $100,000 out of a total insurance amount that had been obtained years before, exceeding $2 million.
That's
right?
correct.
That's so
Were you
weird.
ever asked to look at Eric's financial records in his company or his business? Anybody ever do this to you?
I do have.
We've got
I do have his
no
bank accounts
violations
that-
on our channel.
The bank accounts for their company, yes.
So,
And the bank accounts that you talked about where, I'll strike that. Okay, court's indulgence, I think you just about 3 hours. Can I ask a quick question?
you can't beg anyone's indulgence. We don't know what the fuck just happened. We're all still reeling, but we're here. Prelim's almost done for today. Don't worry about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Karrington.
Okay. Redirect within the scope of process.
Yes.
Redirect.
Ms. Karrington, you were asked about a successful flip.
Yes.
When, if we're measuring success
It looks like
as an amount above and beyond all costs that go into the purchasing, rehabbing, taxing, etc., the flip, that is a measure of successful flip. Were these purchases and subsequent sales successful?
If they were sold, if that's your measure of success, then they were sold, so that would be successful. There were several instances where the investors were not going to get their money out of that particular property, so their trustee, their investment was transferred to a different property where there was room for them to be repaid.
So some of these
so. This is a quick
subsequent sales
clarification
did not even meet the investment that went
of
into
what was
That's
going
right.
on with the investments.
So at the time of the defendant's death, March 4th, what was the summary of debt owed? You had
Yes. 3 of the homes had recently, prior to Eric's death, had been sold for about $170,000 in net proceeds. And then Ms. Richins had retained, I believe, 5 properties at that time. The HELOC was over its limit. It was at $252,000
Yeah, the finances weren't doing well.
on its balance. Her credit line at PenFed had been exceeded. Her credit line at America First was about maxed out, and she had ended the year in 2021 in the